Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is Meri at the.meri.atelier, and it is Friday morning. Yeah. Did you think I wasn't going to come on? I was tempted. It's early in the morning, but you know what? I'm painting postcards. Yeah, these are the ones that I have already given away. I think that they're coming out really nice. I want to stamp my bunny on the back of them, but these are basically ready to go. So these have already been given away. I have one that I'm going to keep for myself, which I think is this one right here. This was the trial one. She's holding a gold coin. I put a $sign on it. So I have two that I'm going to finish today and give these two away. So that's basically what I'm going to do today. But I want to work in my studio box. And of course I don't have it out. So if I get it out, I'll work in it. Oh dear. I have things I want to do. But since I have my postcards out, why don't I work on? Let me get to my channel. It's been kind of a off week for me. But you know what? That's okay. Because every now and then you need a break. You need a break. Video will play. There's Ray. Good morning, Ray D. Good morning. Let's see. Let me get to live chat. Get past the ads. And look at set the quality on my tablet. It always starts me out at 144. So if I can get that set before everybody comes in. Alrighty. So this is little Ruby Rose. She doesn't look the same in every postcard, but that's okay. She isn't the same in every postcard. She's a gnome. She's our little mascot gnome. So I'm going to finish painting her, and maybe as I'm working, my history book will show up. If not, I can work in my journal. Yeah, I just woke up not too long ago. Hi, Ray. Cute paintings. Yeah, it's fun to do her. It's fun to do her. I missed Janet Nash's prompts this week. I don't know if today's Friday, so I don't know if I'll go out there and get them. I might just hop to next week. But I like to work in my little journal here and do a story, a Ruby Rose story off of Janet's prompts. Like, here we've got her getting ready for Easter, her and Ricky. I didn't quite get this done, but oh well. They're helping the Easter Bunny get ready for Easter. Here, Ricky Rose is in the Wild Wild West train caboose playing pool, steampunk. Here, Ruby Rose is having a tea party. Here, Ricky Rose is giving a Valentine to his pet frog, Ribbit. Where Ruby Rose is painting a Valentine. This was done in February for everybody. And here she's the queen. Very fun to do these. Little Ruby Rose. And I'm going to move Penelope off of the... Hi, Kimberly. Good morning, Rhonda. Rhonda, somebody won one of these for you. I think it was Ruth. I have it. Let's review who won. Ruth, no, I think Ruth won one. Let's see. Ruth won one for Becky's mom. Oh, it was Randy. Randy Robbit won a postcard for you, Rhonda. And I'm not sure I have your address. Rhonda, would you send me your address on Facebook or in mail? I want to make sure I have it. You got a postcard from Rhonda. Randy. You are Rhonda. You got a postcard from Randy Robbit. She submitted your name in the giveaway. And then Carol McDonald won one. So Becky's mom, Rhonda, and Carol McDonald. And we're going to finish these this morning. I've almost got them done. I was sitting out there yesterday in Ann Lars' crafting chat working on these. And I was saying to the gals, whatever possessed me to do 6 of these? And they just laughed. They said, Meri, we try to tell you. You don't hear it. Ray D says, doing good, Rhonda, thanks. Kimberly says, Rhonda, good morning. Yes, you won a postcard. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, early birds. So let's put these out of the way and get out my brushes here. I don't have, let's see, I have the vest to do and the shoes, the vest and the shoes, and maybe some outline. The outlining is what really brings them out. So let's do the vest. I'm using a dark purple on the vest here. It's a dioxine purple. I have trouble pronouncing that big word. Well, that's okay if you have to leave, Rhonda. There's no apologies needed here. Unless you call me dirty words. Then I might want an apology. Let's zoom in a little. Oh, I had the silliest dream. I had the silly dream. That's okay, Rhonda. If you can't stay today, I know people have lives. This is just, you know, this is really just play. I understand. You've got real life to live. I had the silliest dream. I dreamt about my old high school. Well, I guess he taught civics. I took civics under him, but he was also a coach. I really wasn't on the volleyball or the girls' teams. You know, I went to a small school and I was not even very athletic. I was not very athletic. I wanted to be, but no. Give me a paintbrush, but not a volleyball. But anyway, it was just, in my dream, it was just like he was right there in front of me. Kind of really weird. And I was thinking after I woke up that, you know, I'm older now, of course. And he passed away years ago. And I was wondering what he'd think about me if he could see me now. He'd probably say, well, Meri, at least you're doing your art. I won a contest years ago. I didn't win it. I won honorable mention. And I did this really weird acrylic painting. I don't know how it got honorable mention. I don't know how it got honorable mention, but it did. I think they gave me an E for effort. But that was enough to keep me inspired and keep me going. And I also, they had like a senior, or was it senior? It was some sort of a high school get together where they had like speech contests and art, and I forget even what it was called. And I went to the art one, and you were supposed to do this art piece in the time frame, and I did mine and I signed it, but I didn't sign it on the back, or I didn't sign it properly. It was an abstract, and I signed it, but I guess I kind of hid my signature. I didn't put the signature in the right place. And he had commented, this teacher helps sponsoring it, and he had commented that somebody would have won it, but they didn't sign it. And I just sat there and going, oh, that was probably me. Oh dear. Leave it to Meri to miss the right place to sign it. Hi, Kitty Jen. You're here, but you're just listening. That's quite all right. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, Kitty. So it's the start of a weekend. I'll be streaming tonight. I'll have to think about what I want to do. Probably working on my caboodle. Well, that caboodle, I need to make a video for Rosemary to straighten me out about what I'm doing wrong. I told Rosemary that I would send her a little short snippet, unlisted video of how I'm putting those tunnel papers together. I think I'm getting it to a point, and I can see the tunnels when I fold my pages. It might just be the way I'm folding them. When I fold my pages, I see the tunnels on the outside, but on the inner folds, I don't see the tunnel. And I'm doing something wrong. And I looked at her videos, and I know she folds them, but she really doesn't show. She probably thinks, well, it's so simple, Meri, I don't need to show it. I'm going, simple for you, but for us, for some of us, we have to see it visually before we get it. Oh dear. And I guess Rosemary has already announced what she's going to do for the caboodles for April. Here it is, the 18th already. I better get busy on got 2B caboodles to do, and I'm hung up on that folding. They're not hard to do. But Rosemary, I think they told me yesterday in our chat that she's going to be doing mug shots, a mugshot caboodle. And of course, Meri, she goes, ooh, I got to do it. And I had started a mugshot game similar to a Picasso roll, but I never really announced it. I was playing with different, and maybe I'll finish that. Yeah, right, Meri. I had started that a couple years ago. And then Johnny, yeah, Johnny's studio box will be, she said that she's going to do it a day early, announce it a day early on March 30th instead of the first day of the month. She's got plans for April 1st. But her theme for her studio box, I'm saving my pennies, is library. I said, Johnny, can I announce it? And I'm going to get both of them, but at one point, I'm going to have to slow down. I can't afford to get both of them every month. So at one point, I'm going to have to slow down on either the studio boxes or the caboodles, because they can add up. So, but they keep coming up with these themes that I love, like in the one studio box that I'm working out of now, I'm doing a history theme, and I love history. So, alrighty then. We got that one. We got another vest to paint here. Now, St. Patrick's Day is over, so I think I'm just going to call these friendship cards for March. And I'll write a little friendship message. We did these on St. Patrick's Day yesterday. Chris, did Chris come in? Hi, Chris. There you are, way up at the above. I missed saying good morning to you. Good morning, Chris. Yeah, I was dreaming about my old, like I said, he taught civics, high school civics. We called it civics back then. It was more about, well, it was American civics. It was about our government, the branches of government, and it was not history per se. He taught world history too, but I changed. I went to a different school. We had to take civics and world history. I think we had to have 4 years of history. World history, civics, and then the other school, they called it government, I think is what they called it. Had to have 4 years of English. One year of chemistry. I think we had to have a couple years of science, math. I took Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 and geometry. Trying to remember all my high school. I did not take the advanced math, though. Trigonometry and all of that. That was a little bit too much for my little brain. I'm lucky if I get arithmetic done. Now, if I miss something in here, it's not going to matter too much because I'm going to be outlining them in black. And you'll probably see my head poking through because when I do this close-up work, I have to get I have to get up close to it. So if you see my head in my hair clip, sorry. Yeah, I was telling the gals in the chat room yesterday, whatever possessed me to do 6 of these? Because I worked all yesterday afternoon on them. I did a little bit of stitching on my stitch row. And this weekend, I have to finish the postcards for Aunt Beck's postcard swap. Oh, and I have some Happy Mail to open. I left it in the other room by my recliner. I'll have to go get it. I'm not going to do it until I get these done, but Faithful Mail sent me some Happy Mail. Bless her heart. I'll have to send her something. I told her I'd send her an ATC or something, so maybe I'll have to make something. Okay. So now I think I'll work on the shoes. So I need a brownish color. I could put purple on the shoes. It wouldn't really matter. But if I mix a little red and green, I'll get brown. And I just need a dab. Of course, a dab, and it always comes out as more than a dab. A little red. Man. The lighting in here is not good. I need an overhead light. I got an overhead light behind me, but then my shadow, it will show my shadow because it's behind me. Let me reach for a towel. So I hope you're all off for a good weekend. I'll be streaming tonight. I don't have any big plans for the weekend. I need a darker green. Maybe a little of this purple in there. Ah, that's pretty brown. Get her little shoes in here. She's got Oxfords on. She's just fun to do. I like to tell the story. I like the storytelling aspect of it. Of doing the little Ruby Rose. All of her little adventures that she's having. Tea parties and Valentine's and Easter eggs. And here she's found some gold at the end of the rainbow. some gold at the end of the rainbow. She says, gold. I can go shopping. I'll buy nothing but art supplies and I'll fill my room. Maybe I should do that. Ruby Rose's stash closet. I visited Meri and her stash closet is overflowing. So I decided that it was okay for me to have I've introduced Ricky, her twin, but I have not really introduced her. I've kind of introduced her grandfather to the 10th power, that the rest of her relatives have not been introduced yet. So there's still stories to tell with Ruby. All right. Now I need a little dab of white, I think. My white is getting kind of thick and old in here. I have to get me some more white. This is, I would not recommend when it gets thick and old, do not put it in your fine liner. Let's do the shoe here. A little more. And maybe the tongue and the back here. On her blouse, she's got kind of little white sleeves. She's got shamrocks on her shoulders. They turned out pretty big on that one. Well, they're fairly large sized in all of them. All right. Let that one dry. It's fun to do them. Little Oxford shoes. It's so cute. Ruby Rose, says hello by Ruby Rose, loves her roses, says hello by rubbing noses. Something like that, the little verse that I made up. They're going to have a rubbing noses with Bandit, her little friend Bandit. Okay. I think maybe I'll paint her collar out here a little. Alrighty. Oops, got a little purple on that. Alrighty. Well, I think I'm ready to enhance it a little with some lines. That's what brings it out, is when I start doing the pen work. Let's let this one dry. We'll work on this one. Hi, Randy. Good morning. 6 a.m. in Western Massachusetts. Good morning, Randy. Dense fog warning for drivers. Ooh, I hate driving in the fog. I hate driving in the fog. You don't know what's coming. And that's when some bad accidents can start. Here are the ones I finished from yesterday. For those of you who were here yesterday, these are the ones that have already been given away. I got to stamp my little rabbit. And yes, there'll be paint on the back of them, so little smears, smudges, you know they're handmade. So by doing the outlining here really helps bring them out. Except I could see better yesterday with I opened my curtain yesterday afternoon. And my lighting in here is not really all that good, I have to tell you. The lighting affects what you see as the color. It affects the colors. Yeah. Do you guys ever dream of an old teacher? I'm still thinking about that dream. You ever dream of an old teacher? Maybe I didn't learn all my lessons. I don't know. I might have to touch that one up a little. Coming back to haunt me. You didn't learn all your government lessons, all your civics. I better move this out of the way before I put my hand in it. And she's holding a gold coin. put a $sign in it. Randy, you've always gone to bed early and get up early? Randy says, well, yes and no. Rhonda says, I love the early mornings too. There's something about them. Yeah, I like the early mornings. I like to do my art in the morning. I'm fresh. My mind is fresh. That doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes, but oh, Rhonda said she never slept in when she was a kid. Well, I have to tell you, my college days were, you couldn't get me up at 7:30 in the morning. Those 7:30 in the morning French classes were challenges for sure. Now, 4:30 in the morning, I could get up to do art. Yes, ma'am. You should have had art classes at 7 in the morning. I had some 9 o'clock in the morning art. I don't think I had any 7 in the morning. Drawing classes at 9, Saturday morning drawing classes. Little shamrocks here. Okay. Now I have to, I got out some fresh chisel markers. Let's go ahead and border it. So I'll be giving 2 of these away this morning, and I'll send 1 to myself. And I gave away 3 yesterday. Ruby Rose, Ruby Rose. Let's do the back. Let's bring this down a little bit more. Postcard, and then draw a line down the center. There we go. And I need to accent her face a little here. She needs a little bit of white glimmer in her eye. Her face actually comes down this way a little. And let's give her a little white sparkle in her eye. Just a little. That might be too much. We'll tone it down a little when it dries. All right. Let's go to this one. Hi, Jacqueline. Good morning. She said, I've been filming every day. Ooh, that is hard, isn't it? Yeah. There you go. There's Jacqueline's channel. Oops. Rhonda, we were thinking the same thing. Jacqueline, I should just let the mods handle this. Let me take mine out. Rebecca, you should make yourself a new one. A new what? Wait, I'm getting lost in Rebecca. Where's Rebecca? There's Rebecca. Good morning, Rebecca. What does she say here? Rebecca says, I catch a few hours when they go to school, plus they're grown, 21, 12, and 10. I seem to get what I need from getting up early, sometimes work, chores, or just silently chatting with you all. Rhonda says, it's nice once they're old enough to be able to get ready and do things for themselves. Must be talking about kids. Jacqueline says, is everyone else ready for the weekend? Boy, I'm ready. I'm ready for the weekend. She says she's been filming. You had a huge gnome book growing up. You wish you still had it. Oh, did you have that one that's been published? The one that I got it at a library sale. And it was just you know, when you pay a couple dollars for these books, and you know that they were expensive books when, was this the book that you had? This one about gnomes. This is where I get all my information about gnomes. This is a cool book. Yeah, I won't be tearing that one up anytime soon. Jacqueline says, Meri, I don't know how you keep up on your channel like you do. Aw, thank you. Well, you know, the digital, I'm not, you know, I'm not, I do the live streams a lot now, Jacqueline. If I had to film, I don't do a lot of filming these days as far as editing and that. That takes a lot of time, you know, and I would just as soon come online, make all my mistakes, let you guys correct me, you know, and I would just as soon handle it that way. It's just so much easier for me. I put up a video last week, those Fraktur videos that I've been doing, and even those were not as hard because I didn't talk and I did it all digitally. But even those take some time to put all that stuff up. It can take us, and then when you've got kids, you're young, you know, you've got family to take care of. I don't have a family. You know, I don't put it that way. I've got a family, but I don't have young kids or even older kids. So I don't have that responsibility. I do, you know, I do have laundry, you know, and household things to do. I have all that. But when you're retired, I'm retired. So when you're retired, I think it's a little bit easier. Your time is your own. When you work and have responsibilities, I didn't do all of this when I was working. I did some art. I was in some swaps. I was in some art groups. But most of my channel, excuse me, I need a sip of tea. Most of my channel I did, even when I started out, I did when I was retired or not working. I think I started in 2013, my channel. My goodness, I've been going, what, almost 9 years now? And it gets easier. You learn. The more you do, even with the digital stuff, the more you learn what works and what doesn't. Even as far as the technical part of it. Of course, you got to keep up with YouTube. They're constantly changing things, which I think is a good thing too, because they're growing too. Now, let's see, what else? Carol's channel. Did Carol come in? There's Randy. No, I think she just dropped the link. Oh, hi, Rebecca. Rebecca, I think you're one of the people who joined Fibdiggity but did not answer the question, so I don't think we've added you yet. Your request to join the Fibdiggity Atelier is just sitting out there. We don't add anybody until they answer the questions. So if you don't see the questions anymore, hit your join request if you can find that, if you still want to join. hit your join request and see if it gives you questions. And if it doesn't, delete your join request and redo it. And I need to have you as a friend. I sent you a couple messages on Facebook, but you may not go out there that much. I'm glad you popped in so I could tell you that. There's about 3 people that we have not added yet, just because we message you. If you don't answer the questions, we message you, but not everybody catches those messages either. And don't worry about it getting too full, because I was going to limit it to 125 people, thinking that I would lose control, or we would lose control if it got any bigger. But I don't think the group is that chatty that it's not. I think it's still controllable. So I'm kind of open-ended on just adding people when they request to join. So it may grow larger than 125. That's what I'm saying. We're at, I think, 124 right now. And it's a pretty quiet group. It isn't, it isn't like there's chatty chat going on constantly. We drop links to when there's a video that, like Becky yesterday dropped a link, and then I came behind her and dropped one to her. Or was that the other day? That was Wednesday when she went live. And every now and then we get onto a conversation, but it isn't it isn't a chat group. If you're worried about not being able to keep up or anything like that. I just missed you guys, so I decided to start a group. Alrighty. Nope, we got to do her arm over here. Her gold coin here. I don't have room to put the pot of gold. We'll put a shamrock down here. We'll put the $sign. Sort of a $sign. Okay, now she's holding a shamrock. It doesn't show. I don't think I'll. There. Now. Oops. And you may see some lines in here as far as pen lines, but not too many. It's pretty artsy there. Let's go ahead and border it. Aw, thank you, Carol. Good morning, Carol. Oh, you have Messenger. You don't do Facebook much. Yeah. Well, if you want to join... Yeah, I understand, because you know what? I do Facebook a little bit more than I used to, but I'm not out there every day on Facebook either. So don't worry if you don't do Facebook, because I don't get out there all the time either. I was listening to Dee Dee, was it Monday or Wednesday? And she was talking about how she used to be in all these art groups. And it just became too much. And she deleted all of her art groups that she was in. She took them all down. She didn't take her own art groups down, but she had joined a whole bunch of art groups. And she left them just because of the time. And when you're young, or when you're working, when you have a family to take care of, when you're working, and Facebook is good as far as the communicating part. That part is good. I missed you guys. So, and Messenger is okay, but a group on Messenger, that can get kind of messy. And I started it out on Messenger when I just dropping links, but that can get kind of messy. So I went to the group. Let's write postcard on the. These aren't perfect, but they're fun. They're fun. Every time I write this, I think of the time that I was chatting and writing postcard, and I was chatting about something. It must have been ball, and I wrote post ball. And Barb Fillion was going, "What is a post ball?" Oh, dear. And every time I do a postcard, write a postcard like this, I think of it. Alrighty, well, there's the second one. We got one more to do here. One more. They're fun to do. I tell you, it can be a little time consuming when you do 6 of them, though. I should stop at 1. But oh no. They tell me to, Meri, stop. Stop, Meri. Meri just doesn't hear it. I laugh at JC because JL. She says, "Meri, I think you've had too much chocolate." Oh dear. Too much chocolate. What was it? Oh, I was talking about the stitch row. And I was talking about how fun it would be to work back with my life. Take from 2022 and work back every year until I was born. And I'm 70. Do 70 years. And I was telling them that in chat, and JL said, "Meri, you've had too much chocolate today." Too much chocolate. Too much sweet. I still would like to. I think Carol said that she, on her scroll from last year, she's in here now. She can confirm that or not. That she put things from her previous years on her stitch row. But I'm talking about, actually stitching something from every year and putting the year on there. Maybe like the state where you lived that year, maybe a representation of where you lived, like a house or an apartment building, or the town that you lived in. Because I've lived in quite a few, like I lived in Des Moines and Denver and Indiana. I lived in Indianapolis. I've lived in Louisville, Kentucky, and Madison, Wisconsin, and Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and Lincoln, Nebraska, and Omaha. I moved around a lot because I was working. I was working contracts, contract programmer. And especially around the late 90s, you know, I did year 2000 contracts. And then it got a little bit harder to find the jobs. And of course, Nebraska. I grew up in Nebraska. I was born in Montana. My dad was a school teacher in Montana. He taught history and English, and he taught, and when he taught, there were a lot of smaller schools. All this school consolidation hadn't really happened when he taught. And he was a principal of some of the schools. He was the principal. I don't think he was ever a superintendent. I don't think he ever did that position. But I have photo albums of him in his school teaching years. And he'd always talk about his students. And then when he got older, he'd read something in the newspaper. He'd get the newspaper in the morning. He'd sit out there in the kitchen and read his newspaper. And if there was something he disagreed with, he said, "That's not how I taught it." "That's not how I taught history." He'd say that an awful lot. "That's not how I taught it." Something he disagreed with that was going on in the government. And it probably wasn't, come to think of it. Let's see if I can get the $sign on here. "That's not how I taught it." I just remember him saying that. He liked his students. Those were the days where, you know, the teachers would take their students fishing. He'd always talk about taking the boys on fishing trips. You can't do that as much in today's world. He'd always talk about taking the boys fishing. And then he lost his hearing, and he was kind of like my brother with wearing a hearing aid. He didn't like to wear his hearing aid, so he kind of quit teaching. But I think he enjoyed teaching. Schools were different back then. Alrighty. Let's do her face. She looks different on every postcard. Every postcard, she's a little different. She doesn't look the same on every one. That's just the way it is. Oh dear. It's fun to do. Now, if you win one of these, if you get me your address, I'll get it sent out. Today is Friday. I don't know if I'll get it sent out today. I want to work in my room today. I have to go to town to send these out, to make an extra effort. I don't trust my brother to send them, you know, because, well, it's not that I don't trust him. It's that if they need extra postage, well, these won't need extra postage, but that one I sent the other day will need that I need to send. That fabric one that I gave away yesterday will need international postage and all that. He doesn't understand about all that. So this one's getting dry. Am I using I think I'm using the dry one here. So I like to handle that part myself. So I might send them out tomorrow. That'll give me time to address them and everything. Get them. Go to town tomorrow. I need to go to the bank. Pay my bills. It's bill paying time. It comes every month. Just like clockwork. Can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Let's write postcard on the back of it. And Rhonda, if you need to go, well, you won one yesterday, so, but anytime you need to go, and if I'm having a contest, I'll have somebody put in your number. Like, we'll have, Arlene's not here today. We'll have somebody put in Arlene's number when we do this. So, especially my mods, I like to give them the chance to win because they are so good. I've got good mods. Okay. So I'm still going on these that I did yesterday. I put little white polka dots on her dress because the green kind of blends in. I'm going to do that on these, but I'm going to do it last because it takes time. I do those with the fine liner and it takes time for them to dry. So I'm going to go ahead and stamp the bunnies on these. Here's my bunny stamp right here. Where is he? I've got the clothespin stamp. Where's the bunny stamp? Where did he go off to? It's here. It hasn't disappeared. Has it? Here he is. I'm going to do the little, I carved this little bunny stamp. Let's do another test. I re-inked my stamp yesterday, so should have plenty of ink, my pad. You added your past 2 on your stitch. You're 60. Well, that's a lot of years. That's a lot of years to put on a stitch row. You like the polka dots on the dresses? Yeah, it helps bring the dresses out from the grass because it's all green. There's the bunny. Let's stamp them on my postcards. Now this is watercolor paper, so it may not give a perfectly flat. I noticed on some of these. I think this one is the smooth side. Some of these are the rough side of watercolor. So, hi Nina. Good morning, Nina. Good morning, Nina. If I talk real loud, will you hear me on the West Coast? Or you're not on the coast, but you're across the mountains. There's the bunny. Aww. Aww. All right. And I'm going to put this paint away before I stick my hand in it. I need to get out my dictionary again. I've been throwing my extra paint away because my dictionary is somewhere. All right. Let's stamp the bunny. Yeah, I probably won't go any place today, but tomorrow, I think I'll go to town tomorrow. So if you win one, we're going to give away 2 more today. If you win one, be sure that I have your address. There he is. And this one, I need to tone her eye down just a little. I got a little bit too much of a sparkle on it. Take it down just a teeny bit. There. All right. So Easter is April 17th. So I think I have time. It's almost a month away. I was thinking about making some Faberge Egg postcards. And I'll probably do, well, we'll start out maybe with 6 like this. I was thinking that would be fun to do some Faberge egg ones. Let's do these from yesterday. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't have the bunny on them yet. We need the bunny. I had to carve this stamp about 4 times or 3 times before I finally got it to look like a cute bunny or a halfway decent bunny. My first ones looked like a bulldog. A bulldog with long ears. That's the way it goes. Randy says, bunnies? Did someone say bunnies? Randy, send me I've got an extra. It's not a postcard. I can make an ATC. I'll send you some bunnies. I'll send you an image of my bunny stamp. I'll just stamp some out and you can cut them out. We'll do that while my other white dots are drying. I'll just stamp some bunnies out for you for my stamp. And that'll be your thank you for entering Rhonda's name in the contest yesterday. Oh, no, it wasn't Rhonda. Was it Rhonda or... Yeah, it was Rhonda. Ruth entered. Ruth entered Becky's mom. Okay, now the last thing I want to do on these are done. These are done with the dots, but we need to put dots on these, and we'll let the dots dry and keep my bunny stamp out. Aw, she says, I love bunnies. Okay, well, we'll do that as soon as I get my dots on these dresses. I'll just stamp out some, and you can use them as whatever, however you want to use them. I got to get this going here. Hold on. Let me pull this out of the trash. I wrinkled up my wax paper. Here. I just want to make sure that I'm getting dots and not a blob. And we're just going to put polka dots on her dress. But they have to dry. These little dots of paint, they're little dots, and so they take some time to dry. And this paint happens to be a little bit thicker. So if I take my hand and just kind of move it over here, you can kind of feel the texture of these dots. Like little braille dots. But your paint has to be, that dot got a little big. We'll put another big dot in here every now and then just to make sure that it's not out of place. If you want texture on this, and I do that when I write, you have to use a thicker paint. All right, now we're going to put this up here and let it dry. We can go up here with the dots too. Her dress goes all the way up. It's like a little jumper dress. She's not perfect, but then that's why she's in Dim Diggity. That's why we love her. We love her even though she's not perfect. She said, if I was perfect, you guys wouldn't like me anymore. Put another dot right there. It's peeking out. If I was perfect, I would be thinking, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you like me? Perfect. And I have to sign them yet. I'll sign them on the front. The 3 that I have done, I can sign. Well, I guess I could sign these too. There we go. Let's put the cap back on the fine liner. It's always hard to see the... And then I just take, when I open it, I kind of do this to get the nozzle. And when I close it, I do the same thing. Or I try to remember to do it. Let's sign this. And I don't think I'm going to varnish these because I have to get some spray varnish. I'll try to do that tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see if I can find some. I might have to order it on Amazon. Because I don't want to go clear up to Grand Island to get spray varnish. Although going to Grand Island, Do you have another stamp to sell you? I could carve another stamp. I don't. I have my other bunny stamps. Let me think about that, Randy. Let me think about it. I'm going to be busy this weekend, but I could carve you another bunny stamp. Let me think about that. I have stamps that I need to send off from 2 years ago. I'm not very good about getting things off in the mail. I'm horrible at it. Let's see, 3. I did these yesterday, so I'm going to mark them 17. I started them yesterday. All right, let's sign the other 2 that I did, that I put polka dots on. Let me think about it, Randy. I need to get my other stamps. I sent a stamp to Mina, and it did not make it in the mail. And I've been really reluctant. So just give me a minute. I'll stamp some out for you, but let me think about it, about carving another one. All right, there's that one. Oh, these have to dry. I have stamps that I carved a couple years ago that I still need to send to people. And I'm not sure that it's fair to send out the more stamps until I get those others sent out. And I may never get them sent out. I did a whole series of little Christmas light ornaments. And I have, what, about 15 or 20 that I need to send out. That's another example of Meri eating too much chocolate. These are the ones from yesterday. Okay, these are dry. So let's stamp out some bunnies. I can stamp some out for you. Those are easy enough. I have some extra papers here. We'll just stamp them out on my extra papers. And I'll send you some on this color paper too. Let's see what I have here. Hold the phone. Let me turn my chair. And we'll just send you bunnies. We'll send you so many bunnies, you won't know what to do with them all. There. Because I won't guarantee that all the stamping will be nice. I'll try my best. I'm not the best, but we'll give it a go. And you can cut them apart. You can do whatever you want. If you want to send some to somebody. He's not a perfect bunny, but he's okay. Let's give you some room. What I'll probably do is cut this in strips and send it to you in a business type envelope, so I won't have to send a big envelope. I should go through my stamps. Maybe I'll get me a blank composition book. Another mixed media book like I'm doing for my Ruby journal, and get out all my stamps and do a page of stamps like what I'm doing here. Or put them all my stamps, not just a whole page of the same stamp, but pages of all the stamps that I've carved. Not all of my stamps are perfect. Oh, look, see, Randy, I got a little ink mark down there. I'll cut that out. I'll cut that out. My hands aren't, like I said, I'm not a perfect stamper. You can work around my mistakes. Maybe I'll stop here and clean my hands off a little. Hi, Kathy. Aw, Randy, that's sweet. I do what I can, but you know, I make commitments. And sometimes I don't, I have good intentions, but sometimes I'm not able to fulfill all my commitments. And that makes me, now when I join a swap or something like that, I will get it done. But sometimes on the Happy Mail, you know, Happy Mail is Happy Mail. My Happy Mail commitments need a lot of work. Needs improvement. Needs improvement. We need a needs improvement stamp. Now, I might have another bunny stamp. I'd have to hunt for him. We'll send you this one. But I have another bunny stamp where I think he's either standing up or I have another bunny stamp somewhere. This one's kind of a portrait style. I'm going to cut that ink mark out. I'm going to cut these into strips, maybe 3 strips for you. Yeah, I like to carve on these Pentel erasers. I wish I could get them in a larger size. Even if they were not as thick as they are, they're about a 1/2 inch thick. Even if they were like a 1/4 inch thick and a larger size, it'd be great carving material, but I can't seem to get through to the powers that be at Pentel to ask them to do what I want them to do. We're going to send Randy rabbits. Okay, now we'll let that one sit for a bit. Where am I going to put it? Over here. And let's do a couple of on these. That's the and you can just have rabbits to your heart's content here. Keep them in your stash, cut them out, send them to somebody, do whatever you want. Can I get one more on there? 4 little rabbits sitting in a row, waiting for Easter so they can hide their Easter eggs. Some of these aren't as dark as what they could be. I think I'll just send you white paper. Now this measures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 3. If I do it this way, 3.5 by 2, you can get an ATC out of this. I'm just going to put one stamp down here. And if you wanted to make an ATC, you could make an ATC out of this one. It's larger than an ATC, but you could cut it to fit, I believe. We'll just put one down in there. And the same way with this. You can cut this if you wanted to make an ATC out of it. Get some more ink on this. Is that the smooth side? Is Dee Dee in here? Did Dee Dee come in? Good morning, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, this I'm stamping out rabbits for Randy Rabbit. And I did little postcards. I was watching you do your postcards the other day. So, we're going to have a giveaway, and I have mail to open from Faithful Mess. I've got junk journal paper there. Let's put it over here. I'll probably pull it out another time. My scrap pile is getting too large. I can't get another piece of paper on it. Dee Dee says, I know, Mary. Let's see. Let's cut this into strips here. And I'm going to put these in a business envelope, Randy. Just be easier to mail them that way. I'll cut it right there. And I want to get my ink spot out of that. All right, there. Yeah, don't want to cut his ears off. Maybe another one. There we go. We'll just pop those in an envelope for Randy Rabbit. Dee Dee says, Mary, if you're bad at mailing, why don't you use your Facebook group and just post a pic of your art? Oh, that's a good idea. That you want to give away for them to print out for themselves. That is a good idea, Dee Dee. Maybe I'll do that. I'm thinking that that is a good idea. I'm thinking that I'll do that, Dee Dee. What a great idea. Maybe I could do a, for the coloring people, do a color book page. We'll see. I'll have to, I'm reaching for an envelope for these. We'll just pop these in an envelope and send them to Randy. This will be what you'll get, Randy. Just like this. We could put a stamp on the front. Let's put a stamp on the front because we got to have a Happy Mail. Yeah, yep. I'll put a bunny rabbit on the front here. Meri just can't quit. Dee Dee, that should go in the idea books we made with you. Yeah, we'll put that in there. Oh, no, Randy, don't send me a self-addressed envelope. I'll just pop a stamp on this. That won't be hard to do. And you know what, Randy? On the back, I'm going to put a couple clothespins just because they're out. I carved this rabbit sometime last year, and the clothespin. We'll give you a clothespin stamp here. Just because it's right at my fingertips. You don't have a printer. Okay, well, that's good. I'll give you a clothespin stamp, Randy. Just because I can't quit. No, don't worry about sending me anything. This is just fun to do. Let's put a couple more clothespins on there. Oh, dear. Hi, Janet. Oh, you're in the garden potting soil? Oh, puttering, I think. Oh, potting with you in the background. Wait, I got it. I'm just having a sip of coffee and looking at chat. Well, good morning, Janet. Janet's out in the garden. This envelope is held together with clothespins. I hope you like clothespins, Randy. If you don't, well, you can toss the envelope. Oops, that one got a little, because I have papers in there. That one didn't come out so good, but you got 3 other good ones. How fun was that? You have some clothespins and a rabbit on the front. So now, let's give away the 2. We've got 2 more postcards we're going to give away this morning. Let me get my idea book out here. I had it in my hands. And we did a contest yesterday. And Randy, let's see, Ruth run it for Becky's mom. Randy won one for Rhonda. And Carol won a postcards. These are the 3 that I gave away yesterday. This little ruby rose holding a shamrock and a gold coin. These are the ones that I'm going to give away today. I think it's these 2 because mine is skinny. This is the model one. She's not perfect. None of them are perfect. But like I said, if she were perfect, she wouldn't like us. So we're going to have a contest giveaway. So if you're out there lurking, get in here. Get in here if you're out lurking. So I did 3 of them today, but I'm going to keep 1 for me. So this is 5. I did 6 postcards. And we're going to give these 2 away today. Are these dry now? I think these are dry. The dots are dry. I'll put little Swiss dots on her dress. All right. Oh, I should keep one out. Let's keep one out for. All right. Well, let me, while you're out there, while I'm giving the lurkers time to get in here if they want to play, let me put my paint away because I'm going to knock it off my desk if I don't. You see how crowded I am in here, so. Dee Dee, I'm going to work on, I'm going to work on taking boxes upstairs. Dee Dee told me I have a job ahead of me. She says, Meri, you got a job ahead of you with all those boxes, but I think it'll be a good thing if you move them upstairs. Oh, dear me. I can't get to them in the craft closet. I mean, that closet in there is to store extra stuff, but you have to, I want to be able to get to my boxes after I've inventoried them. Have to find a spot for this black paint here. Where did I pull it out? Here. Hold it. And then, probably not this weekend. This weekend I got to work on the pieces for Becky's swap. Fabric postcards. Okay. We're going to have the giveaway. Don't say a number yet till I put in go. Hold on. Let me get my tablet out here. Hi, Ruth. Good morning. Janet Nash. Hi, Hudson Sailor. Kimberly, Ann. Good morning, Ann. I sure enjoyed the chat, Ann. Are you home yet? Are you home or are you in Cape Canaveral? Are you in Cape Canaveral? All right, we're going to put in a number, find the comma on this, a number between 1 and 100. And Dee Dee, if you're listening and if you want to play, you're sure welcome to. I play in your contest. You may not want one. You know, it's hard. It's hard for me to send my inferior art to Dee Dee. I'm going, oh, no, Dee Dee, she'll see this and says, Meri, you could improve here. Oh, dear. All right. Are you ready? Put in a number between 1 and, I got 1,000, 1 and 100. And the closest number that comes to the number that Random Org picks without going over will win it. Kind of check and see if somebody else has your number. If you got it first, you're safe. But if you pick somebody else's number, I had that trouble in Dee Dee's chat the other day. I kept picking people's numbers. I kept picking. Finally, I said, I give up. I think I put in 4 or 5 numbers in Dee Dee's contest for her postcard giveaway. And every time I picked the number, somebody already had it. You know, the numbers scroll by in Dee Dee's chat pretty fast. So I'm frantic, and I'm giving up on this. All right. Go. And we're giving away 2 postcards this morning. We're giving away 2. Where's the other one? Two postcards. So let me go out to Random Org. I probably still have it on the browser. I just have to go back. Let me turn the lighting down so you guys can see it when I do it. And let's do a go back. I like the sequence generator a lot better than just that other generator, the random generator. I think the sequence generator mixes up the numbers a little bit better. I think they just go to a routine that shuffles the numbers better. And we're giving away 2. So the top 2 numbers, we'll do the first one, the top number first, and then we'll look at the second number. on that's generated here. And we'll do it that way. We'll take the top two numbers. All right, let's go back out to chat and see what's going on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Carol, for putting in a number for Arlene, and Janet Nash put in one for Becky. Thank you guys for doing that. Did you get your number in? We've only got 26 people in here, so it's Friday morning. It's Friday morning. I don't have stop, I have SROP. S-R-O-P. What does SROP mean? And I like how Keisha does her contest, her giveaways. If she sees somebody, if she puts in stop and a number comes in, you know, a few seconds after it, she will move her stop to include it. Angie, you can play. Put in a number, Angie. You're welcome to play. I don't know what you'll do with the postcard once you get it, if you win it, but you're welcome to play. Joyce, put in a number. Angie and Joyce. Kimberly says, put in a lucky number, Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Every time I see Joyce, I see the word joy. It just gives me a little smile every time Joyce comes in here. Angie put in a number. Joycey, put in a number. There we go. All right, I'm going to count down. I'm going to do the Dee Dee. I call this doing the Dee Dee. I do the Dee Dee a lot. She inspires me. Jill says, I'll take 25. Okay. Any duplicates out there? Did you guys check for duplicates? All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. That's the Dee Dee. I like how she does. She gets down to 2. 6, 5. I do the Dee Dee a lot, don't I? Dee Dee's my inspiration. 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. All right. I like to do the Dee Dee. She inspires me. Even when I'm doing a giveaway, Dee Dee says, Meri. All right. Between 1 and 100, and it's all clear here. Between 1 and 100, it says be patient. But it says it may take a while, but I find these generate really fast. So we're going to take the top two numbers, get sequence. And there it is. It's 72 and 97. So 72. Who is closest to 72 and 97? Angie had 70. Kimberly had 84. Oh, look, Anlar had 71. She beat you out, Angie, by one. I think it's Angie. I think Angie, or not Anne. It's Anne. It's Anne. Anne, you won it. And I have your address. I probably won't get these mailed until tomorrow, though. I'm going to stay home and move boxes today. And who's closest to, not counting Anne? I see Kimberly has 84. Is there any number higher than 84? 69, 62. Is it Kimberly? Kimberly? I have your address from when you sent me that garden doll, but would you, I'm not sure I have it in my address book. Would you send me your address, please, Kimberly? I might have it. I don't remember. I have ends. So thank you guys for playing. The postcards aren't perfect, but they're fun, and they got the little Easter bunny on the back of them. So I'll get them out tomorrow. All I have to do is address and stamp them. I'll get that done. And I have the fabric postcard that we made yesterday. So let me, here, enjoy these cards for just a second while I run in and get Faithful Mess's Happy Mail that she sent. I have a Happy Mail to open. Hold the phone. Let me just run in. It's just 10 feet away. Well, maybe 12. Got a little Happy Mail from Faithful Mess. A little Happy Mail here. It doesn't have her address on this side. It's got my post office box, but that's okay. Let's see. Let's get this out of the way. Thank you guys for playing along. Let's put these out of the way now. And hold the phone. Let me. That's not going to work. Scratch this out. All right, I think we're good. So Faithful Mess sent me some Happy Mail. We're going to see what she sent. We're going to see what she sent here. And I like to get a hold of the corner. Get my scissors in here. Make sure I'm not cutting anything. It's hard to tell. I don't want to cut. Because you never know what's inside of these. Ooh. Let's see what she sent here. Ooh. I think the envelope is just folded here. Folded over. Ooh, look at that. Look what she did. Look what she did. And there might be I think this is just the envelope folded over. I think she just folded. Let's cut it here. Look at the inside. Got to explore the inside of this envelope. Look at this. This will make a nice page in my journal. It's like a pocket. It looks like she folded an envelope over here. This is interesting. And let me cover up the addresses. She put tape on the front. So we'll save that. That's an interesting envelope. And put it over here with my Happy Mail stack. Let's explore this. Oh, look, she did a wax seal. It says, woman owned. Oh, how nice. Very cool. I've got to send Faithful Mess some Happy Mail. Look what she did here. This is a tissue paper and a gold for my gold book. I think this is an old. Oh, did she send me postage stamps? She sent me postage stamps. This is an old address. Look at postage stamps. She sent me postage stamps. Look at all of these. Aww. I don't know Faithful Mess's. Does anybody know Faithful Mess's first name? I probably know it, but it's not in my head right at the moment. Look at what she sent me. Wow. Yeah, Dee Dee's laughing. He should go, hey. Coffee pot, the folk art coffee pots. This is the, looks either English or Australian. I think these are from England. Is that Queen Victoria when she was younger? And Thomas Jefferson, Marjorie Rawlings. She keeps it a secret? Okay, well, we'll call her Faith. I was calling her Faithfulness until I realized there's a bird, hummingbird. I realized that it's Faithful M-E-S-S, not N-E-S-S. She keeps it a secret. Well, we're just gonna, I'll probably put these in a baggie. I think I have my other stamps in a baggie. Is that baggie close by? I have baggies. Yeah, I have stamps here. I'm not sure. I think these are part of the ones that my brother sent me because I don't have a whole bunch or saved for me. And I don't have my little bag, so I'm just gonna put it like this for now. Let's see what's in here. Look at what she's done. Isn't this cool? Look at that. Look, I'll put this on my stitch row, Carol. Look at that. So easy to untie it. Meri would knot it up. Aw. This is fun. I love when they do these up like you feel like you're opening a present. This is going to go on my stitch row. I'm working on my stitch row too. And that reminds me, this is Friday. Are you streaming tomorrow morning, Carol? The Magical Touch does, oh look, it's like a document. And what's inside of it here? Oh, it's a photo. Oh, how cool. Look at this. Let's see what's in here. Oh, she sent me, oh, these are some more stamps and a note. Oh. She keeps her name a secret. I can't read that. I want to say what I think it is, but I don't want to mess it up. So that's quite a signature she has. She says, "Hi, Meri. I overheard a little bird." Whoops. Got my hand on the... Let's get back into chat. She's out of mess one. She's out of mess. Yo, what you? She's out. She is out mess one. She is our mess. She is our mess one. I overheard a little bird say that you were looking for post stamps. I hope there's a few here that you can use. Big squeeze from your fib sister, Faithfulness. Oh, that's so nice. I think this says Faith here. I'll bet her name is Faith. I'm going to call her Faith from now on. Because I don't like calling her Faithfulness. I'm going to call her Faith. I'll bet her name is Faith. These are postcards. The Absinthe, A-B-S-I-N-T-H-E, is great here. I think that is a frog eating bugs. And I hope that's not her address. Let's make sure. No, this is not her address, so I can show this. This goes to Park Square, St. Paul. From Malaysia. Wow, that's cool. Thank you, Faith. I'm calling her Faith. This will go in my happy mail. This part here will go in happy mail. My happy mail stack over there needs to be sorted out. And these, look, she sent me a young man, a picture of a nice young man. You know, he'd make a great paper doll, wouldn't he? We'll have to think about that. Very cool. Thank you, Faith. I'm calling her Faith. Let's put this paper clip on here. Down at the bottom. See if that'll hold it. And the paper clip is gold. I got gold. So, Dee Dee, what are you up to this weekend? Are you gardening? Are you gardening this weekend? I saw your wonderful herb tower. Let's chat a little here. Let me come out and chat. Carol says, please send my postcard to Arlene. Oh, Carol, that's so sweet. That's so sweet, Carol. I will do that. Aw. Aw, I'm going to make a note. Send to Arlene. And I will make sure she knows that you're passing that note. It is from Carol. Carol won this for you, I'll say. Aw, that's so sweet. I will be more than happy to do that. And Janet Nash, if you're still here, we had, let's see if is my fabric postcard over here? I may have taken it out in the other room to address it. No, here it is. We had a new person, I think you might know her, Margaret, it starts with an O, I can't pronounce it. She's from your part of the world. Do you know her? Does she come into, she won, I did this is a fabric postcard. I was working in Bits and Bots yesterday. We did Becky's Bits and Bots number 5, which was all fabric. And I did this one yesterday. I'm doing a transparent art journal when Becky does her Bits and Bots game. She uses a photo album where she puts all of like Dee Dee does, puts all of her extra pieces in, and she pulls a number. And I think she said next week we're working out of number. Did she say number 3? I think she said number 3. We're working out of next week. And I'm just taking packaging like this came from probably a sticker package. And I'm calling these my transparent pages. But anyway, as a part of doing the fabric, I did this fabric postcard and had a giveaway. And I put a bunny on it. And Margaret from England won this. I think she's from London. You might know her, Janet. So I got to get this one ready to mail too. This one is really thick. I think this will make it through. Even though it's got a little, it's not coming up. And I just did some running stitches around the edge here. I have to work on my fancy stitches. Janet says, I keep taking my gardening gloves off. Ah, Rebecca, thank you. Angie says, thank you, Janet. Kimberly says, she's laughing at Janet. Janet has to take her gardening gloves off to talk to me. Wouldn't you like to be out there just chattering away with Janet while she's gardening? Janet, take those gloves off. I'm talking to you. She says, oh, yes, I've been chatting to Margaret in the chats. Well, she won a postcard, Janet. All right, you can put your gloves back on. What are you potting? What are you potting? Take your gloves off and tell us what your work. What are you doing in your garden? I know you're potting. Are you potting plants? What are you potting up? Take those gloves off and tell us what you're planting. Rebecca said, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Well, they are uniquely mine, aren't they? They're not perfect, but you know, nobody's art is quite perfect, is it? And I was thinking how fun it would be, and I have done that before, like when I was in a needlework group, we did, and I don't think my piece was any larger than this, but I did a sampler, and I did it was supposed to be Happy Mail that you would send a stitched piece, cross stitch. I was in a needlework group, and you know, I think I have photos of that. I mean, it's been years ago. It's when I lived in Indianapolis, and that would have been in what, 90? Well, I lived in Indianapolis twice because I was working contracts. I lived there in 93, I think, and then I moved to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and worked there. And then I moved to Louisville, Kentucky, and worked there. And then I moved to Indianapolis to work a contract. And then I went back to Louisville. You know, Indianapolis is north of Louisville, probably about, what, 100 and some miles north? Maybe more than that. I don't remember the mileage between Indianapolis and Louisville. And when I first went to Indiana, I was in this little town in southern Indiana called Columbus. And I worked for an insurance company there, did a year 2K contract. And then I went to Indianapolis, and then I went down to Louisville, and then I went back up to Indianapolis. And by that time, it was 2003, and I went to Madison, Wisconsin. And then I was pretty stable in Madison. I think I lived in Madison about 13 years. I miss Madison a lot. You live 60 miles from Indy? Can you tell us where you live? There is a Madison down in southern Indiana, too. Kind of a cute little town, Madison, Indiana. Is that Lori? Did Lori come in? Paint Girly come in? Good morning, Lori. Lori, you were on yesterday morning. I missed you because I went to Ann's Craft and Chat, but Lori, would you, I know you've told me before. Let me write it down. Tell me when it's Thursday, and is it Saturday morning to Peru, Indiana? Now, I don't think I've ever been to Peru, Indiana. I'll have to look it up. You say it's 60 miles from Indy. Indianapolis is a fun town, or used to be. I lived in Indianapolis in the 90s. That was a fun town to live in. Hi, Tammy. There's Tammy. I'd punch you if I could, Tammy. North of Indy. Oh, okay, now you're getting between Chicago and Indy. And isn't Decatur, what is it? The town that starts with a D between Chicago and Indianapolis. I have to go look at the map. I enjoyed living in Indianapolis. Noblesville. I lived in Noblesville. Well, I actually lived in, because I lived in Indiana. I lived in Greenwood first. And then I moved back down and worked a contract I was in Louisville. I moved up to Greenwood, Indiana, which is a suburb of Indianapolis. Then I moved back to Louisville. And then I moved back to Indianapolis, and I lived in Noblesville. Hi, Tammy. Thursday, let me write Paint Girly's streams. Would one of the mods put the channel, or Paint Girly? I should make Paint Girly a mod. Let's give you a dress. You don't have to moderate, but you can put your channel in. Put your channel in, Lori. Paint Girl, because I keep forgetting her streams. Paint Girly streams, and I noticed she was on yesterday. She's on Thursday at 10 a.m. So she's on, because if I don't make it, I'll at least announce it. 10 a.m. Thursday and Sunday at 11:30. Now Sunday, is that going to be a constant at 11:30 on Sundays? 11:30 a.m. She just has Easter there. Hi Ray, Tammy, Ray D, Lisa. Good morning, Lisa, and Lar. Lori, put your channel in for us. Glory does beautiful work. Glory does very precise work. I'm more of a sloppy worker. And you don't have to mod, Lori, unless you see something bad. If you see something bad, take care of it. But it's been pretty quiet in here. But you can drop a link to your channel. So we've opened mail. We did postcards. We did the game. I wanted to work in my history book. Of course, I put it somewhere. I put it somewhere. Here, you can look at these while I'm getting it out. Or something out to work on next. I got this notebook in my way. Hold the phone. Let me get out something to work on here. What shall I work on next? She says. What shall I do next? These things are in my way. We could fussy cut. I wanted to. What did I do with that journal? Maybe I threw this cover over it. No. Hold the phone while I find things here. You know, Dee Dee, I need to take things upstairs. We could look in the gold journal. I got that in my hands. But I wanted to look in my Rebecca book. My doggone it if I can't find it. It's here somewhere. Let's work in my gold book since Dee Dee's inspired me this morning. Dee Dee. Oh, we were going to write that down. Dee Dee's suggestion. Let's do that too. About putting art in my Facebook group. If you're having trouble mailing, Meri, put some art in it and they can print it off if they want it. Let's do that. Dee Dee's suggestion. Oh, I've been playing with Oh, you know what? I should play with Frakturs this morning. That's what I'm going to do. We'll do a page in my gold book. It's not 7 o'clock yet. I want to play with some Frakturs. We're supposed to be putting tags and we're supposed to be working in our paper. This is Friday. I keep forgetting. I'm doing, I'll have to change the title here for Susan Hiles and Turquoise Dreaming are doing paper bag journals. And the prompt today is to put in tags and pockets and belly bands, that type of thing. And I thought I'd do some Fraktur ones. So we'll work on that after I do my gold journal. I cut so many things here. And I'll have to put the hashtag out on my title. But we're going to write down Dee Dee inspired. Meri, if you are having trouble mailing, this is what she's saying. If you have trouble mailing, put your art in your art in your Facebook group. For people to cut, for folks to print off. Not everybody's on Facebook, so I'll probably still do some giveaways. But for those who are, and I could also put it out on my Google Drive as a download, a freebie download. But you have to understand, on the Google Drives, when you put art and notes and stuff like that on there, they will minimize it, and then if you click on it, it'll make it full size. And I have done that before, and people go, why is it so little? I'm not going to download it if it's that little. I'm going to just click on it. All right, this is the gold journal. I think Carla sent this to me. I'm pretty sure. Dee Dee has sent me all sorts of gold papers to put in here, and I've been putting them in, Dee Dee, if you're out there. It opens this way. Dee Dee is doing a wonderful color journal, and that's her thing for this year, is doing color. And she's doing a journal. She was flipping through it the other day, where she'll do, let's see, how does she do that? She does a page in a particular color, like pink, and then she'll flip to the next page, and I think she's putting a pink postcard size on the next page, and she'll do like pink and yellow and green and blue all in the same journal. And that, but I'm just doing gold. I'm doing the gold, and I've got gold from Dee Dee and gold from is it Esther who sent me some gold? I think she sent me that. Is it Esther or Judy? Judy Patton, I think, sent that to me. I keep forgetting. This came from Dee Dee. This came from Dee Dee. And Arlene sent me some gold. And this I'm going to stitch in. This is my gold foil here. And then this is just a gold curtain. I need to stitch that down with gold thread, of course. And Devin sent me some gold, beautiful gold. So and Sharon Lombard, let's see, sent me, look at this, and where is that other she sent me? It's beautiful pieces. Look at this. Kind of like a toile. Isn't this, shall we put this maybe, let's see, have I worked in the center of this? I think I've already worked in the center, which is right about here. But we could put this in here. And, oh, but the thing of it is look, it's two-sided. This is going to go on a transparent. This I'm not going to mess up. I could put this in there, but then, well, there's not much over there. Let's see. I'll fool with this later. I'm not going to mess up both sides of these. This will be good for a transparent, to put in one of my transparent pages. Let's see. Too beautiful to mess up. Oh dear. What else do I have here? Here's another one. Look at this. This one I could put in because I think I made a flip out of one of these, didn't I? I put one in here and I made a flip. And you know, I could put her here. I could put her here. And I think Devin sent me this. I think I'll fussy cut her out. Or I think I could fussy cut her or cut around her. And my little scissors are out in the other room. let's do a... And we're going to work in my paper bag journal too. We'll do some fractors this morning. Fraktur. Pennsylvania Dutch. I got all inspired by this. Maybe we'll do these. Maybe we'll do these. I got all inspired by that the other day, that image on my paper bag journal. And boy, I spent almost the whole weekend reading about Frakturs and the alphabet, and so it's taking a little of this, but that's okay. It will leave, it's leaving this, so it might leave that. Sharon Lombard sent this to me. Sharon Lombard. Oh, I owe everybody. I need to send her something. You guys send me so much nice stuff, and I feel like I need to do something in return, and I just don't get it done. I get some things sent out. Now, well, I'm deciding here. Her flower, I'm not sure what this line is here. I'm going to cut that out. I think that's just part of the... And this is what we have left. We got that left. We got a foot. And it says Coraline corsets. And a pretty scrappy there. So I'm thinking that I can put this. See, this flips. And this is her. And I'm thinking that I'm going to put this. Oops, I might have to cut it down a little. Or I could just, well, I don't want to mess that up. I could put her that way. I might do that. Whoops, knocking off scraps here. And I'm not cutting close up to her body here. I'm leaving a border around her. It'll blend in with that gold. And we'll save this gold scrap too, because it's kind of interesting on the back. You can't save it all. I'd like to. Now I'm wondering if I should cut that out. Just do a little, you know, this, when you do something for the entire year, like gold is my color of the year, my color of the life. But when you do something long term like this, if you do a little, You don't have to do 10 pages in 1 week. Do a little, set it aside. I'm trying to decide what that white is. I think it's a feather, but it's bothering me here. I'm going to snip it out. If you do a little at a time, one day you'll open it and it'll be all done. I'm going to glue this down. One day you'll open it and you'll have it all done. I think I'm going to cut this too. It's too square for me. There. We've got some gold scrap. Don't throw away the gold scrap. So I'm going to put her, I think I'll put her just like, well, she just about fits in there. Might have a little bit of a bend. She's going to go right in here. Right like that. So, and then I've got this. I'm not sure how this, oh, I think that's an animal there. It looks like a deer. And this face, which are, and this is, looks like some sort of an ornament hanging down. That looks like a door knocker. We'll save that. So I'm going to put the rest of this back in the bag. And we'll just do this, and I want to work on my Fraktur pages. Actually, I think I'll save this for next week. And we'll put this in another bag. However, I'm not going to dig it out right now. I'm going to put it just like that. And we'll use the, I think I can bend that. We'll use this to help hold it. We'll just let that bend. We'll fold it, because it'll probably need to be folded anyway. Put this stuff in it. All right. Put that down below. And, whoops, I'm not going to... I'll just put this in the back when I'm done. All right. I want to get this lady in here. Do a little, do a little. All right, hold it. Get this stuff out of my way while I put paste on here. Yes, paste. And let's tear. For my lid. Save that out. And I'm just going to use my finger. I'm going to use my finger to, because I can feel where I'm going here. I am convinced that this Yes paste is the best glue stick around. I think that they should develop a formula for glue stick. The way it is now, if you left it open, it would dry out on you. But I think that makers of Yes paste should make a formula for glue sticking, for glue sticks. Have a Yes glue stick. And, whoops, I'm not going to Should I tell them that? They'd have to rework their formula so it wouldn't dry out. Because if you leave this, if I left this, if I put glue on this and left it the way it is, it's on there pretty thick. You really don't need to put it on too thick, but I generally do. But if I left that, if I put glue on this now and just walked away, this would dry out. All right, let me move this, fold it in half. And you got a little bit of working time on this. You get a little bit of working time to position it like you want it. But I like Yes Paste a lot. Yeah. Now I think I can use this. There we go. Make sure that I got it all glued down. Yep. There we go. And she's peeking out here. Now, Dee Dee leaves room to journal in hers. I might be able to put words on these. I don't know if I've been leaving much room on my pages to journal. Maybe this one I might be able to journal in. This is kind of a scrap page. That's some trim. Put gold stars on it. This is kind of a scrap page too. Different gold pieces. Gold textures. This art is a postcard. I think Arlene sent me this postcard. I made a pocket here. Put the postcard in the pocket. Arlene sent me that. It's in with a bobby pin. And Dee Dee sent me this. This needs a little bit of attention. Attention! All right. And I'll put this and this. I'm going to put them in a different bag. I'm going to save that bag for my next few weeks transparent art journal page. All right, let me put this lid on. And I'm going to work on Fraktur, but I'll come out and look at chat. Now, let me wash my hands off a little here. My finger got Yes Paste on it. Just my finger. Yeah. Okay. I can toss this. Laura sent me the tabletop. Laura Vasquez, thank you for the Tonic Studio table mat here. I do like it. Oh, there's a postage stamp. It's the tip mouse. I should send that to Keisha. All right. Let me come out and look at chat. See what's going on in chat. What is happening in chat? Oh, there's Arlene. Hi, Arlene. Hi, Roy. Good morning, Roy. Roy says, Dee Dee, many years ago, I did some calligraphy and even taught it to adult ed. Fun decreased quickly when I started addressing wedding invitations for dollars. Yeah. Whenever you do something for business, it decreases quickly, your fun does, because you got to get it done. I found that out. And then for me, I always wondered if, you know, my art, when I give it for happy mail, it's happy mail. You leave it or take it. When you do something for somebody for money, you go, well, you want them to like it, you know. And for me, it's so hard for me. I have to do what's in my head, not what's in their head. And sometimes when you do art for people, you kind of have to do what's in their head. I'm not good at getting into people's heads. Deadline sucks the fun out of it. Hi, Topaz Pearl Girl. Good morning. Good morning. Dee Dee says hi to Arlene. Carol says hi, Arlene. Dee Dee says, I did calligraphy in the 80s, Roy. Yeah, Dee Dee still does beautiful calligraphy. I cannot match it. I'm lucky if I can print. Oh. Angie's here. Arlene says, hi, Mary. Angie says, still getting ready to go clean a house. I'd invite you here, Angie, but you'd probably make me get rid of my stash. Nobody's invited to take away my stash. I worked too hard to get it. I am going to move. My goal is to move some boxes today. I'm going to move some boxes upstairs. But it's going to be a slow go. Kimberly says good morning to Arlene. Topaz says good morning to Arlene. Topaz says, Kimberly, tears will be shed, but tears of joy and gratitude. I feel fortunate to be a part of it every time. What? Rebecca says, Dee Dee, the religious artwork frame mostly, I think, if I'm remembering right. Oh, yes, I know what you mean, Dee Dee. Then you showed us the illumination pages. Beautiful. I should get out my, I can't do it now because it's in there. But in 2017, there was a Lutheran church up in Hastings that had these wonderful book sales every year. They kind of quit it last year, or the year 2020. I guess they quit it in 2020. I miss it. But I would go, when I came down here, I found it. And I would go to it, and they had at the last day, they have a paper bag sale where anything you can get in your paper bag for, I think it was $5. But I found this Bible, and the Bible itself was not in good shape, but it had this wonderful genealogy in the front of it. It had a wonderful genealogy in the front of it, and I'm going, the Bible was falling apart. Well, thank God the Bible was falling apart because it showed it had been used. But I took that genealogy out of there and I put it between, kind of did a transparent page. Some of you may remember, I put it between two acetate sheets and kind of laminated it type thing. I did not put it down with heat. I just put it in between. And then I had a illuminated border around it. And so I was able to save their genealogy out of that Bible. Very cool genealogy. Here in Nebraska, I think it was, the genealogy was in a small town here in Nebraska. Let's see. Tammy Dee Dee says, Fraktur, Rebecca, is a German lettering style with illumination. Yeah. They did it on birth certificates, marriage certificates. They even did it to, like, teach Bible stories and that type of thing. But let me hold this up closer because you're going to get the light shining off of it. See, this is Fraktur art here. This is a birth certificate. And they have, I researched Fraktur. I got all caught up in Dee Dee Willingham's mind mapping on this. Let me get it out. Because I got it here in my idea book this is Dee Dee inspired again. This is doing the Dee Dee. Well, not this, a scribble page. But I did some mind mapping. Here's my Fraktur notes. And this is my mind map. Now, this is for me, not for you guys. It's kind of hard for you to see it. Let me put it over here. I should do some mind map. Group mind maps are fun to do because it gets everybody researching, but we're not going to do that this morning. But let's read about Fraktur. I did the etymology of it because Dee Dee always says, do the etymology. This is the Dee Dee. And the etymology of it means the word Fraktur means fractured or broken, a broken line. And you know, when you write a script A, you kind of do like a small a, you kind of, and even the large A, it's not broken. You just kind of do it all in one line. Well, when you do a Fraktur, you know, it's like Old English or Old Gothic. You know, it's more, you do a stroke and a stroke and a stroke and a stroke and a stroke. And they call those broken lines. And that's how it got the word Fraktur. So I wanted to know where Fraktur came from. And this is a Pennsylvania Dutch. This all came from this little paper bag journal. And I found this in the history book. I found it in the history book that I won't get it out, my history book. And I thought, well, that fits on this paper bag journal. So I put it there and I was looking at it and I'm going, wow, I'm going to go learn about Fraktur. So this is what I did here. But it was the Fractal Alphabet was started by Hieronymus and Andrea, Andreae. He was German, and it was in 1556 that he passed away. So I don't know the exact date, but he was associated with Albert Dürer. Now, Albert Dürer, D-U-R-E-R, is a very famous artist, German. And he commissioned Hieronymus here to do the wood cutting for the lettering, because they did wood cuts. I think Hieronymus also, or not Hieronymus, but Albert Dürer did engravings. And if you go look up Albert Dürer, you'll see beautiful, beautiful art pieces, prints. And when I lived in Madison, I told this the other day, when I lived in Madison, they had a show of his original pieces. And it was so interesting to go and see this artwork that had been done in the 1500s. And here it was in our little Madison. I think it was the church I was going to, I was not a part of it, but they had a very involved art group. I was not a part of that. I was involved, I was working. I didn't have time. And I was just doing art journal stuff, just getting into the online stuff. But I went to that showing of Albert Dürer's work. They had a show come through, a gallery showing there in the, and of course you could only look at them. You had to keep your hands away from them. Of course, they were all framed and everything. But look up Albert Dürer, A-L-B-R-E-C-H-T-G-U-R-E-R. Some of you are probably already familiar with him because he's very much in art history. But anyway, he commissioned Hieronymus to do some wood cutting. Hieronymus was a woodblock cutter. And Hieronymus is the one who developed the Fractal Alphabet. And if you look up Fractal Alphabet, you will get more information than you'll ever want to know, because they get into all the different styles and comparisons. And it almost looks like old Gothic, but there's differences, and they talk. Oh, it's just, you'll learn more than you ever wanted to know about the alphabet. But it was interesting. But Albert Dürer was commissioned to do, I think it was called the Triumphal Procession. I just wrote triumphal on here. Emperor Maximilian I commissioned Albert Dürer to do a lot of work. And Albert Dürer commissioned Hieronymus to develop this alphabet. And it's called German black letter. All this printing on here. The Fractal alphabet is called German black letter. And there are probably other types of German black letter, and there are certainly other types of black letter alphabet. They call it a black letter alphabet. And let's see, what else did I learn about him? I was really kind of researching the Pennsylvania Dutch, and I found it interesting because when I think of Pennsylvania Dutch, I think about the late 1800s, but they actually came over to the United States way long before the late 1800s. And that was more my reading. I mean, they came over in the 1800s, but there were earlier Pennsylvania Dutch. And the other thing that was interesting is they call them Pennsylvania Dutch. They're not really from the Netherlands. They are not Dutch, but they are Germanic. When they first started coming over, there was no Germany. There was no, well, there might have been a Germany. There was no Netherlands. There was no Ukraine. There was no, it was all a big Germanic area out there. So they just called them Deutsch. And that's why they called them Pennsylvania Deutsch. So it isn't that they came from Holland. They came from the Germanic area. I found that very interesting. And what else did I learn about Hieronymus? Oh, the Nazis. During the 1940s, when the Nazis were taking over Germany, they outlawed the Fractal alphabet because they felt that it was too westernized. And they associated it with the Jews who, of course, the Nazis were very anti-Semitic people and the theories and everything. And so they outlawed the Fractal alphabet, which I thought was very interesting. And so then I got reading, I didn't make notes on him, but I got reading about the guy who outlawed the alphabet. And I think he eventually committed suicide too. And I think his son, I can't remember how his son died, but they were all part of the Nazi regime. But I think the guy who outlawed, it was not Goebel. He had another name, the guy that outlawed the alphabet. But I think he committed suicide too. He drank cyanide or something. So then I got in, you can't see my sketches here. I got into doing some sketches here, just looking at what I like to do, and this is one of my part of my mind map thing. I like to do challenge myself, and one thing is list. I went all through this the other day, but I'm going through it again today. Dee Dee says is good on making lists, and so I have added another category to my mind map. It's not a W word. I call it imagine. But that's where I'm including my challenges, my research, the history, all in that imagine group. Imagine I might put that as a part of another group and just call this a miscellaneous. It's kind of a category where we put all the fun stuff. But I made a list of images in my world that I could fracture. Like here they put a lady, and you call this a fractal image. So I made a list here of things that I could draw fractures of. And like Penelope, scissors, a doll, a phone case. We could do a phone case and put fractal art on it. A book cover, make a fractal art journal, doodles. Kind of did some doodling over here. And we did some doodles in my other journal Friday night. I don't know what that, a plate. you know, a dish, a picture of a plate. A candle. I could write the word fibdigity in Fraktur. I could write the word the.meri.atelier in Fractal Alphabet, which I need to. And they have images of the Fractal Alphabet out on Google. I didn't copy any off. That's something I want to work on. Ruby Rose. Do a Fraktur of Ruby Rose. And I found it very interesting because Ruby Rose in Fibdigity is a little gnome. She's a little gnome girl. But so I looked up to see if gnomes were popular in Germany about the time that Fraktur was developed. And I found the phrase mythical gnomes were popular in German fairy tales. So Ruby Rose, grandfather to the 10th power, probably knows about Fraktur fairy tales. A flower garden, you could do an actual flower garden of Fraktur flowers. A house, the word Meri Atelier, do a Fractal alphabet, and that means going out and copying it. But also do like the A and Fraktur an apple, a B and do a Fraktur of a bunny, a C and do a Fraktur of a cat. Do maybe ATCs would be fun to do, Fraktur ATCs, the A, do the A on one side and the cat on the other. A Fraktur of a Fraktur A alphabet. That would be fun to do. And a coffee mug. And then the other thing that is interesting to do is, and where I got into doing these doodles, where I got in, you can't see them very well here. I'm just sketching, doing my scratchy art. A fun thing to do on when you're studying a piece of art or a style of art is just take the style like Fraktur art and put it in your Google browser and hit search and then hit images, and they'll show you all of these images of like Fraktur art. And then what is good to do is make you a list of things that are characteristic of that style. Like these are these happen to have people on them because this is a birth certificate. But if you would do that, you would see flowers and birds. And I don't know what I did with my little journal. We did they had a mermaid and they had a seahorse on that one. I think, is that in Wiki? No, that's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I might have my notes here on. It's Johnny. Did Johnny come in? I saw Dee Dee say hi, Johnny. Hi, Johnny. Let me go to my mail here. I'm just about done with my Fraktur rabbit trail. Let me go to my mail. I want to show you that. Oops, that's not mail. Come on. Where's my mail? What did I do with it? Hold on. My tablet is different than my phone, so I have to find my way here. I want to show you this image. I sent the link to myself here. Let me tip this so that. Oh, Johnny, I saw that you resent the invoice. I was out at Johnny's sale the other day. I'll get that, Johnny. Let's see. Do 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 do. Hold the phone. I'm looking for Fraktur. Well, it's in my sent. Let's go to my sent here. Hold it a minute. Here. I want to show you this one. I was working off of it Friday night. I need a sip of tea. I think it's way down to the bottom. Well, I'll show you two of them here. I'll stand up and show it to you. Here's the one with the seahorse. I think it's so cute. We did the seahorse the other night. This is at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in their public domain library. But look, here they did a seahorse. They actually did a horse head with the horse hoofs, like a real horse, and then they put a mermaid tail on him. Isn't that cool? And this is in the public domain out on the Met library. And here's some example of the Fractal Alphabet, German black letter, and they also did it in red. It's a little hard to see. And yeah, that one's not in red. This one looks like it was done with walnut ink or something. Well, it is red. That is red, isn't it? When I hold it up, it looks brown to me, but when you hold it up close, I think it is red ink. And this one is in red. That's interesting, isn't it? It's hard to see off the light here, but... And then up here, he got a bear mermaid here. I said, I'm not doing that. And there's birds and flowers. I was playing with these the other night. I did this one right here. There's that seahorse. I think the seahorse is so whimsical. He's so cute. And the other one I wanted to show you here, I was showing it the other night. Let me find it. Hold on. It's in this same, is this one right here. This almost looks like a mandala, doesn't it? Let's click on that. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? And see, they got hearts. They got a row of hearts on the inner row, and then they got hearts between the hearts there. And each one of those hearts has an inscription. And in the negative, between the negative areas in here, they got a flower pot. This, if you love doing mandalas or mandalas, you could do a Fraktur mandala. That one I might be able to do. And I mean, it'd take me a while because I like to, I'm not that precise with all my art, like getting out a compass and making all the hearts the same size and making sure I have it all spaced out. I generally scribble. So thank you, Arlene, for dropping links. So that one's pretty cool. And when you go out there, let me grab the link here. Let me grab the link. I have to go back. I'll grab the link to it, or to the library here. Copy URL. When you, let me put this in chat. This will take you to all of the, when I did a search in the public domain library at, you see me there. When I do a search at the public domain library, that's where that, for the word Fraktur, that's where that link will take you. Let me, oh, how did that get Dee Dee in there? Let's open it with Firefox. Let's see if that link opens right. Yeah, I think it is. So, see, and I filtered, it's got a filter by, and I filtered by public domain and the word Fraktur, and it brought up these images. There's not a lot of them, but if you scroll down, you'll get to that one that I was showing you with the mandala one. And if you click on that, they called it love token, and it was around 1800, and they give you all the details. It was made in Pennsylvania. Culture was American. It's in watercolor. They give a credit line of who donated it. It was donated in 1933. But then they give more information, signatures, inscriptions, and markings. And if you click on that, you get, they got it, it's written in German. on the hearts, but they also translate it for you. And each one of those hearts it's a love token, so they got little love lines out there. My dear child, I can no longer hide my heart from you. And then another one is, I have chosen you for my dear sweetheart, if you are willing. I will truly join my heart to thine, if thou wilt also be true to me. And it goes clear down to how many of them? That's 10, 12 of them? No, 14, 15 of them. Yeah, 15, 16 of them. Faithfulness, NESS, is the highest, most beloved duty. Ah, lovely sweetheart, forget it not. And they inscribed all of that on these hearts around here. But look at, if you like to doodle, I like to go out these to doodle. I think I'm going to do that flower pot in there. I can expand it. Let's do that flower pot. And it'll be kind of curved. I'll have to turn my... So see, that's done in the negative area between those hearts. And then in the other negative area, they just have, they have a tulip and they have a flower. They have a lot of flowers on here and hearts. And then see in the center what they've done in the center. And a lot of repetition. So let's keep this out. What I want to do in my little paper bag journal, this is the paper bag journal is what's got me started off on this picture. I want to do those people, but when I made my paper bag journal, let me grab a paper bag here. Let me grab one out if I can get to it. Never handy, never handy. Oh, I saw them in here. Hold the phone. Here they are. When I did my paper bag journal, this is something you might want to know. Let's go back out to my chat so I can see what I'm telling you. Come on, YouTube. And I'm all zoomed in there. Let's see. Am I even live? There. So a paper bag, these paper bags have the images facing me. So if I fold it this way to make my journal, all the images would be going that way, and I didn't like that. So I cut this paper bag in half, and that formed a pocket out of the lower half right here. And so I can make tags and, or put artwork. And I didn't make it that big. I think I used 5 paper bags. So my artwork goes in there. My tags will probably go in there. And then the top half, when I cut this, because I wanted, now I put, for the cover, I used that image. And this is the tag here. This is the back page. But see, it faces toward me. This is the front page of the next page. And because this is a paper sack, when I cut it, the front page is a little bit smaller and the back page has a lip to it. And on this one, well, this one I just, because my image was taller, I put my journaling on the back. But if you look at this back page, it's taller. And if you look at the next page, see how much shorter it is? Here, it's, that's hard to see. See, this is shorter. This is a doily. But it's shorter than the pocket and the back page. So it's kind of interesting, but it also faces toward me. And then on the back of the package, they have this, they have a, on these paper sacks, they left a white line down the center. This is part of what they did. So I'll probably put something over that. But let's do some doodles, a couple doodles on here. What time is it? 7:40. I go until I go until 9, 10 Eastern. Let's see what's going on in chat. They're saying good morning to Johnny. Johnny says, I'm still on the coffee. I'm not really here yet. Johnny, I did get your invoice, so I'll get that paid today. I got to pay Keisha today, too. Jill says, no wonder I'm in pain. It's supposed to rain all day. Well, good for rain, Jill. Jill, be thankful for the rain because we have had dry weather here. We've had one of the driest winters. We just got a couple little, probably less than an inch of, well, between maybe an inch and a half of snow all year. That's not good. We need moisture for our crops to grow, for our gardens to grow. I don't want any tornadoes, though. So Anne said good morning to Johnny. What else is going on? Said good morning to Jill. Jill says she's achy and tired today. Carol's here. The magical touch. Arlene's been dropping links to all the channels. Thank you for doing that, Arlene. Rebecca said she loves the seahorses. I do too. I think those seahorses are so whimsical. Make a list and write it down, Arlene said. Bootsy's waving at Johnny. Hi, Marty. Marty dropped in. Johnny at Junk Journal. Topaz Pearl Girl. 2 sips of coffee, Johnny says. Not sure if my fingers are working. Oh, Dee Dee said, dictators love censorship. Yep. Got to get rid of that Fractal Alphabet. It looks a little Western to me. Blame it on Dee Dee. Hashtag blame it on Dee Dee. Oh, dear. Hashtag Dee Dee inspires me. That's my hashtag. Hashtag Dee Dee inspires me. Dee Dee has always inspired me. She always hashtag blame it on Dee Dee. I think I started watching Dee Dee about the time, one of the first times, it's been a couple years ago. Well, I started watching Dee Dee regularly when she came over to YouTube. I watched her a little on Ustream, but at the time, my phone, I had an older phone, little Motorola phone. And this little Motorola phone, you gotta remember, this is way back when. They had a web browser on it, but eventually they took it off. They wouldn't let you, they disabled the web browser because they said the phone couldn't handle it. So I watched a little of Dee Dee when she was still on Ustream, but I had trouble getting Ustream. And before that, I didn't have, I had a cell phone, but it was not a smartphone. It was a cell phone it was a handheld, but it was not a smartphone. I don't even think it flipped at that time. It was on an oldie-goldie phones. And before that, I didn't even have a cell phone. I had a landline. And I can remember that was way back when I was traveling between Indianapolis and Nebraska and Champaign, Illinois. I had a friend, I was trying to remember her name. She was really big into sewing. I was on the desktop at my home where I lived. I had a desktop, but you can't carry your desktop with you when you get your email when you're traveling. And unless you stop at a hotel overnight or something like that. But I'd drive straight through. And I had a friend in Champaign, Illinois, and I'm trying to remember her name. I bet if I go through some old email, I'd find it. but she was telling me how she worried about me driving between Indianapolis, Indiana, and South Central Nebraska with no cell phone. She said, and I'd just get in my car, because at that time, that's what we did. If we needed to make a phone call, we'd stop at a phone booth or at a garage station and use their payphone. Or, we'd find a payphone. That's how we called people back then. And only the more sophisticated people, which I wasn't, had cell phones and smartphones. Well, I don't even know if they had a smartphone back then. They had cell phones, the little handheld cell phones. Way back in then when I was working. And I'd drive between it. I'd just get in my car and drive. I trusted my car. At that time, I had a newer car. I wasn't an old used car. I purchased a 79 Oldsmobile. I had this maroon 79 Oldsmobile. And there's a story between that too. All right, let's go back. Let's see. Meri, my family has a huge Bible with that in front. Yeah, with the Fraktur or with the family tree. Rebecca was telling about her family Bible. All right, let's go back down to the bottom. Janet Nash says, thank you, Meri and chat. You've been wonderful company. She's going to go have lunch with Sam. Take care. Bye, Janet. I never did find out what you planted today. I got sidetracked. Rebecca says, diddle, Meri's been inspiring me for the last 3 years. Yeah, that's where I was saying when I started watching Dee Dee. And when she moved over from Ustream to YouTube is when I watched her most of the time. And she started doing this mind mapping. And that's what really #Dee Dee inspires me. But, Dee Dee inspires us with all the stuff that she does. She told me to go clean up my room, though. I'm not so sure I'm inspired than that, Dee Dee. She says, you got a job ahead of you, Meri. All right, what did I do with my paper bag? We are going to do, oops, I put it back here. I want to do, let's see. I stamped on my cutoffs. Let's get out. Well, I'm looking here for some decent paper to use. I could use that. Hold on here. Let me look. Here. I've got cutoffs from there. We're just going to do, and I'm not going to reach up for Becky's. I'm going to use these again today. Becky sent me a set of super tips, and they're up on my shelf. But I'm going to use these again today. We're going to work on a couple pieces off of this. What time is it? It's 7:49. I want to do that flower pot. To turn it that way. Move it over a little. This will be pretty simple. And what I'm thinking, I don't want to do it in here because this is thin paper. But like I could do it on a sheet. We could actually do a little journal here. We could do several. Let's see. We could do a little accordion style. It will soak through. Or we could do a belly band out of these. Let's do. Oh, my brother's up. He's getting the, open our squeaky front door to get the paper. All right. And I'm going to leave this here. We'll get some color on it probably. I'm thinking I could do so the prompt is to do tags, pockets. This more square size might work for a tuck, a Fraktur tuck. We could do that. Let's just cut this. And a belly band. Let's work on. This is a pocket here. We could do a tuck page right in here. And let me fold. This is not completely square. Let's just fold it like that. Put it like this. Except I think I want it more. Can I do it more? No, let's leave it. Let's do it like that. We'll leave that. Let's do this one first. Let me see where I am. Am I zoomed in enough that you guys can see? Yeah, I think, am I? Come on. Let me tip my camera a little, like so. Carol said I was Carol TMT back then. The Magical Touch. I watched Dee Dee on Ustream. Then I started streaming on Ustream. Then I moved to YouTube, so it's been quite a few years. Yeah, I think Dee Dee was streaming on Ustream. I don't know how many years. I think she said she's been streaming probably 11 going on 12 years, counting Ustream. And then she moved over to YouTube. I remember, and that's when I started watching her the most. Okay, so I'm in here. I'm going to go back to my flower pot here. Come on. And let's enlarge it. Come on, enlarge. Whoops. And let's move it. I'll find one here to get to. I think I was looking at this one's a little large. And I'm going to tip my phone so I can see the flower pot. And I'm going to put it maybe down just a little. Let me see what you guys are seeing, because I'm working pretty small. Let's zoom in just a teeny bit here. Whoops. I pinched to zoom. Okay, we're gonna do a Fraktur of this flower pot off of this love token Fraktur. And this is actually done in the center of their, between their, of their design there. And mine is going to be a little bit smaller. Well, I don't know, it might be small on theirs. It's done in watercolor. Well, I don't think I want a watercolor on the copy paper. We'll just use my super tips. Dee Dee inspired super tips. So it's pretty simple. We got a little flower coming out of the pot here. And they actually have some leaves here. Right there. And one coming out this way. And their stem, we're going to do I'm going to do this first so I know I have room. And their flowers come out this way and this way, and then they kind of bloom like this. Kind of interesting flower. And then they have another one here and coming out this way. Kind of interesting flower shape. And this way and this way, and some little flower shapes in there, and another one over here. And their flowers are yellow, but I don't like the yellow on this cream paper. It doesn't show up. I might make mine pink. We can have a pink flower, can't we? Yeah, I think so. And then these are leaves here. And then they got another leaf coming out. Well, kind of broken, and a interesting bloom coming like that. And I'm just going to make mine a shape in there, and a bloom coming out this way, kind of an oval shape, like so. All right. So, and I was telling Arlene the other day, she was talking about she doesn't like the super tips because the cap color is often different than the pen color. And that is a truth. So if you take a piece, and let's say I'm going to use green and pink. Sometimes I pull the pink and think it's gold, but this is pink. But when I lay it down like that, it almost looks like a dark gold to me. But it's not gold, it's pink. This is more of a gold. Now I see it. And a dark, that's kind of a gray black. I think that's the black. This is the gray. I wanted a dark green. And I'm not going to use yellow because I don't think yellow will show up. I do have an orange. We'll use that orange with the permanent marker. And if I make a pink flower, that flower on here has kind of little veins running through it. I might use this kind of a maroonish color. So I think that's what I want. If I make the vase orange, I might just, for the yellow banding, I might just leave it the cream color of the paper. So let's start out with the vase. And you just, if you like to color, this is a good exercise. And go do some doodling. Don't worry that it doesn't match what you're looking at for inspiration. It doesn't have to look exactly like it. Because you're just here having fun. Now all of a sudden I decided I don't want pink flowers. I decided that blue flowers would look prettier in here. So let's, oh, and I was going to show you. Swatch your, Cheryl was talking about how the cap colors don't always match. Pull the colors that you think you're going to use and get a sample of your paper. That's what I have here. Swatch them. And you might just swatch them when you get them. But I like to swatch them as I go because it's just easier for me. Blue. Here's a green. Just do a little square. That's a green next to the blue. It almost blends in. Now this was a dark blue. Let's put that light blue next to the dark blue. That almost looks black, but that is like a navy blue. And I think that's where, well, that's pretty dark. Here's a purple color, which almost looks gray to me, but it is purple. Purple, lavender. Here's my orange. This is not a super tip. This is a pen plus gear marker, but I like it. So you get an idea of what colors you pulled. And here's the pink that I keep thinking is gold. And under the right light, it does not, let me hold this up. It almost looks orange in a way. It's got a pink cap. So I got the right cap to it. I don't have the wrong cap. I have the right cap. But look at the color. The color does not match the cap. So this is the one that always throws me off. I keep thinking it's gold. And it does look gold. Sometimes when I do it, it looks pink. It looks pink now. Lighting. Here's a brown. By itself, it looks pink. But when I hold this cap up to it, that looks pinker than that looks gold now. So there's a brown. Here's another green. This is more of a olive green. This is more of a, well, that's blue. This is a brighter green. And that I said was a dark green. It's really a gray. And this is a black. And another brown. So you can get an idea of what colors you're going to use just by doing a little swatchy. And it does soak through, but that's okay. All right, so here I decided I wanted the light blue instead of pink. So we're going to make these flowers a light blue in here. So this is the hashtag Let's Use Paper Bag Journal Pages, I think it is. I'll have to go look. I should clip this out, put it in its own video. But we're doing it here because it's Friday. And on their piece over here, it's yellow. But I don't like the yellows. First of all, my yellows are not very juicy. They seem to dry out fast, and they don't show up very good on this cream paper. So there's my blue flower, and, you know, you can be very precise, or you can just do like I do. I leave little white areas. I don't mind the white spots in my art because I feel like it gives it dimension. Okay, now, let's use this green for this area here, and maybe the stem coming down a little. Now let's just do all but I might put a little bit of, well, the orange kind of comes in here too. Orange in here, and an orange in here. And on here, they make these buds yellow. I don't like the yellows. This is a darker yellow. Let's see. it just, well, this one isn't too bad. That one's not too bad. This is more of a lemon yellow. I'll probably use that one. I just don't like them on here. I don't feel like they show up very well. Let's use that darker one in here. And next to the orange, it just kind of doesn't do it for me. And let's see, I got another green, a lighter green. Here. Which almost looks like that one. Well, it's a little different. You know, but you have to remember, these super tips were not made for adults, I don't think. So, you know, you just have to take them as, this one's drying up on me. You have to take them as what they are. They're fun. I like them because when you get a nice new pack, you are getting, I think that's the same as this over here. Oh, it's a little darker. Let's go darker in here. And make these a little lighter. There. Now, I don't like the white. Let's go back to that darker yellow, because they used the darker yellow. See how it, the orange all of a sudden becomes pink to me. But this is not pink. Is it? This might be, no, that's orange. But when I put that other orange, this is this one, that's orange. But when I look at on here, it looks pink almost. Weird. Let's put a green stripe on there. Separate them a little. All right. And then on this, I want to come in with that dark blue and kind of make some lines in here. Because they have lines in there. If you look at it on the link I left. So that is going to become a tuck spot in my, but I'm not happy because, well, in the journal it will show up, but I'm thinking I want more decorative. So let's look at the edges of some of these. Let's look at the edge on this one. Well, they've got it all. Let's look at another Fraktur. They got black and white ones in here. Let's look at a colored one. Maybe this one. Maybe we'll do that bird. That bird be fun to do. On their edge, they have words. Now, I haven't tried the lettering yet, but maybe I'll just put some little flowers. Little flowers. On here. Put one in the corner. One there and one there. And let's use maybe the dark blue. And we're just going to make some flower. Flower power. And if you study these, like if you study this flower, you would see that it has a lot of different color in it. Because their center, they got yellow, and then they got a spot in the center. The leaves are green, but if you could get in there, and I'll bet you could see that in person, you would see a lot of veining going on in there. Either that or it's a part of their watercolor. This is watercolor on the art piece, not mine. The watercolor could have caused the veining in there. Put another flower up here. These two are pretty close together. That's okay. This one's going to be close together too. So this, if you like to doodle, I think the Fraktur art is a good thing to practice on if you like to doodle, because you're not trying for realism, you're just trying for fun. Now they've got some, let's get that darker green. Was it this one? One of these. This one, I think. I think that's this one. Now see, here's another instance. That might be gray. That's not green. My lighting's bad. That's gray. It almost looks like a dark green to me. My lighting is bad. That's not that one. This is the darker green. This one. Let's run a stem line around this. The gray wouldn't be bad. And so the more you put on this, the more it needs something right in there. Let's look at what they have here. I have some lighter gray. I got a pinkish flower. I don't really, well, I do have this, which looks gold to me. That doesn't look like pink to me. What looks pink there? I don't know if I want to use it. Mary's getting picky here. Where's my other cap? That's the other thing. I'm constantly losing these caps and putting them on the wrong end. Okay, let's see what I want to do. I want to do some leaves. Put some little leaves in here. Now, this one's drying up on me. Now, I still want something in there. Let's go for this orange again. And let's see. They have spots of color there. Just make a kind of a spot color. And then let's go for this gray. They kind of do a line around it. Something like that. So it kind of all fills it up in there. Now, I think what I'm going to do is outline it here. And actually, let's go back over that with, get the wrong side on these. Let's do it with the dark blue. I think I'm going to start studying the Fractal Alphabet. And I like the idea of doing a set of ATCs with a Fractal Alphabet and do like A for apple and draw an apple on it. There. I kind of like that. Maybe a little bit of a shape around here to help that stand out a little. Now, I'm all into this. I'll come out and chat in a minute. Let's go ahead and put this in my paper bag in here someplace. Let's put it on one of these. And this will become a corner spot. And I used up all my double-sided tape. And I didn't get any new out. Now what are you going to do, Meri? Glue? We're going to use a spot of glue. How about glossy accent? Sorry about that. I have to get some more double. I got it. I just don't have it out. Oh, I must have spilled something on this. Uh-oh. Be able to get any out of it or not. Let's see. Let's put a spot right there. Kind of smush it down. Right there. And we're going to put that right here. Kind of hard to see. There. It adds a lot of color to these pages, which are very vintagey. Got a lot of old stoves there. So I want to do that bird, and I think I want to do some people. What time is it? I gotta watch. It's 8:20. Let's get out a strip. Let's do a people here. Let's plug my... And I also want to do the alphabet, but I don't know if I have time. All right. Let me put the cap back on my... and come back into chat. Hold on. Let me look at chat. Good time to stop and look at chat, Meri. Let's put this out. You can see my little tuck spot that I did there. Chat. Nina says, no, I was wrong. The base looks like paper. I thought it was a piece of folder. Yeah, this is cream copy paper. That, Mina, yeah, it does look like a manila folder. You could use a manila folder. This is just cut off. I cut the paper down. I was experimenting with making a tunnel page. but I made the mistake of watercoloring on it and it all wrinkled. I could press it out. But I don't see the tunnels in here. We'll work with that another time. Let's see. I don't know, but I want to put French knots in the middle of those small flowers. Well, we could do that. Let's get a red out, something that shows. Let's put some French knots. French knots, if she's talking about these. I don't know if she's talking about those, but we're putting French knots in them, Nina. You can't see them very well, but they're there. They're there. There you go, just for you, Mina. Mary, what time are you going on tonight, Jen? Jen, I'll be on. This is Friday night. I come on at 7:30 Central, and I only go until about 10. I'm trying to limit my evening streams. I used to go into the wee hours of the morning, but I found that really tired me out. So I try to get off at 10. Sometimes I go until 11 or so. And Mina says, thank you, Mary. They're pretty, you can't, I don't know if you can see, but there are little French knots in there. Let's see. Mina, you will have to draw the knots, Arlene says. Oh. Mary, you've been popping in and out since 5:30. Oh, have I been buffering? Yeah, I think I lost connection. Did I lose connection this morning? I can't remember. Buffering is an issue. Flowers are my main, Randy said, and leaves. Randy, that is something to be upset about. Has a seller responded in email? What happened, Randy? Arlene, I'm waiting 2 months for something I bought in an auction. Oh, really? Magical says, Carol says, buy West Virginia. Did West Virginia? Oh, Alaska, Ohio, West Virginia. I've enjoyed, but I have to go feed my chickens. Oh, I missed them. Alaska, Ohio, West Virginia. Oh, thank you guys for welcoming them and saying hello and everything. I was all involved in doing my art here. You know, I think I'm going to pin a phrase at the top of every chat to let people know that if they, especially the newer people who come in like this, if I don't see them come in, I'll just say something when I'm busy doing my art. If you have a question or want to talk to me, wait until I come out. And I tried Ann Lahr's suggestion of using a timer, but to tell you the truth, that makes me nervous because I feel like I'm doing timed art. So, but I will find a good breaking point and come out and chat, but it won't be every 15 minutes or every 20 minutes, something like that. That makes me too nervous. But if I'm all involved in doing my art, I'm not watching chat. So if you guys have something important to say to me or just want to say hi, wait till I come out. And I think I'm going to pin that at the beginning of my... Arlene, do you know, or one of the mods, will you click on somebody's chat line and see if you can pin it? It would be nice if the mods could pin. Maybe I'll make that suggestion to YouTube because, of course, something like that it would be nice if I could have an automatic pin. Just when I come in, it automatically gets pinned rather than me have to type it out every time. But it would also be nice if the mods could pin. Arlene says, I've been making dolls and journals for almost 40 years. And I didn't know that there were lots of others doing the same thing until my youngest daughter bullied me into getting online. Ah, Arlene's dolls are so cute. I have a doll. Let me get it out. She said, I need to send to you, Arlene. I have it hanging here. Arlene sent me this. This is one of Arlene's doily dolls that she made. Isn't this cute? She made it out of the doily. Put a little flower, a little girl with a bonnet on it, and little, I think this Meri had a little lamb. And look, she did the back here. She put the back of the bonnet here, but this is like the back of her dress. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? I just love it. I have it hanging up over here with all my others. Let's hang it back up. Now, I'm going to have to move it over a little or it'll get knocked off. There we go. Let's see. Let me scroll back through chat. Carol says, I watched Dee Dee on Ustream, then I started streaming. Okay, we read that one. This is where Janet had to go. Jen asked what time I was going to be on tonight. Rebecca said, diddle. Dee Dee has been inspiring her for the last 3 years. This is where Johnny came in. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Let's go down to the bottom. You did not get an option to pin. That would be nice if the mods had an option to pin. And you know, if they could do that, like if they could pin even like a super chat, or if they could pin a message saying, you know, I might notice a pinned message. Of course, when you put the A sign in it like Arlene did here, I noticed that. I would like for the mods to be able to pin in chat. That would be a nice option. They could pin, like, you know, Dee Dee pins, it'll go to the top of the chat, it would not go on the video. But when Dee Dee does streaming, she uses StreamYard, and like when I go in there and she'll say hi to me or something, and I'll respond, and she'll hit her StreamYard and it'll put it up on the video, put my little icon up there with my roses or whatever. But it would be nice, you know, because the mods, rather than shouting at me 20 times like you guys do because I'm not watching chat, you could pin a message, and the next time I looked up, I would probably see that pinned message. And not only should it be pinned, it could be colored, like at Meridel Abrams is. It would draw my attention to a pinned message. I'm going to make that suggestion to YouTube. I don't know where I could do that, but that would be a nice option. It would be, because I turned sound off, because if I didn't keep the sound off on my tablet, you know, they could ping me or send me a Facebook message, but you'd get all my echoing. If I had my sound on my tablet, you would hear me talking on my tablet and hear me talking here too. So I have to turn the sound off on my tablet so I wouldn't hear, you know, any sound. But a pinned message would be really, well, a highlighted pinned message would be really nice if the mods could do that. And not only for me, but for, you know, if they wanted, if somebody said something, you know, gave a tip, like Aunt Beck gives a lot of tips. She gives a lot of tips. I was asking how to do something, and Aunt Beck went and researched it. And of course, I was focused on what I was doing, and I didn't see her research. And they said, Meri, look up, look up, look up. And of course, I didn't see it until I came out. But that would be a nice thing. I'm going to see if I can't tell them that somehow. Isn't that cute, that doll Arlene made? Okay, what time is it? It's 8:31. I still have time. Let's do a people here. And all this is manila copy paper. Let's do one that's been cut. Or I think these all have been, no, here. We're just going to do one about this size, because maybe even a little smaller. And let's do the lady, because she's in an orange dress. And I got this is orange, this is not pink. Or is this pink? See, I think this is orange. It's so hard to tell whether this is pink or it looks orange to me, but then it looks pink to me. Well, if we put her in a pink or an orange dress, we're going to do that lady. And I'm going to leave this area. Let's see. I want her about this size, but I'm going to border it. So she's going to go, let's see, I need to make a mark. I do have a pencil. So I want her to fit, one of these pages here. So let's draw a mark here. Well, actually, what I could do, let's draw between these two lines with my marker. And sometimes this color looks pink to me, and sometimes it looks orange. It's really weird. I guess it's just the tone of the ink. This will probably be all I'll get done, because that's a little crooked. Let's straighten it out a little. I'll be quitting at 9. Scrap Chick comes on today, I believe. This is Friday. Watch for Barb Owen. I've been missing her. I've been missing Barb Owen. I caught her right at the end last week. I was all involved last week in some testing, so I got really sidetracked last week. Okay. So, I think I'm going to put this lady in this rectangle. And then we're going to go color her. And that will probably be all I'll get done. And I'm not going to, she's holding on to a flower here, and she's lost her arm over here. There's her arm goes behind the, so I don't know, I might have to invent something for her other arm. And let's start her dress. Well, she's got this big hat on with her head, her neck, her bodice. So I was about in the right spot, right about here. I'm going to put her right about in there. For her skirt, this is her waistline here. And then she's got a kind of a lacy collar. Boy, they went to a lot of detail on that. Let me hold it up and show you. Let me show you. This is, look at the detail they did in that collar. Look at that. And on her sleeve, they're saying that's lace. course, now this is just a photograph. The piece itself is probably larger. They don't give the dimensions. I didn't see the dimensions of this. So it was probably a little bit easier to do, and then, you know, the photograph's been reduced down. But you can see that they did put detail on their art. All right, this curves down. I'm doing it much smaller than what they probably did at the time. Because this was a birth certificate. So, and this is probably the mommy and the daddy. And this is an angel, or could be even God. No, that's an angel. And flowers down here. All right. So she's got a collar on. And this arm, they lose this arm. It's tucked behind the... But this arm is holding a flower. So it comes down like this. Kind of makes that diamond shape in there. Right in there. And this one kind of makes a... Well, it's open-ended. All right, now, so the sleeve comes down this way, the arm comes down this way, and comes this way, and she's got a big puffy sleeve, which is all lace. And she's got a little hand here. Her hand is just a shape with some fingers in it. And she's holding a flower. Kind of comes up like so, and it's only got 3 leaves, then it comes down and it has a leaf coming out of 3 petals like that, and then her dress comes all the way down and all the way down this way. And for the bottom, they just have like little scallops. And it's interesting that they put all that detail up there and made these plain. All right, then her feet. Feet are kind of cool. Her feet go out like this way. Got a little heel there, and then the other one faces the other way. Got a bow-legged feet there. It's kind of cute, though. All right, so I don't know what she's holding on to over here. Maybe we'll just make her holding on to another flower. She's got another big sleeve like this. And another little hand, and we'll put a flower in her hand. That looks something like that. Give it a leaf. There we go. Her dress is plain. I don't know if I can take that plain dress. This one has lines going down it with dots in it. So we might do that when I color it. All right, you go back up here to the neckline, and she's got a neck here. And then her head. And then she's got some bangs. Now I have to show you this headdress. Really interesting headdress. Look at that headdress. So I'm calling these her bangs. They are. But it looks like a flower in there. And decoration going on up there. And then kind of like a heart shape. And look, it's got something going on up there. I think that's just a kind of a cone shape there. So let's see. Here's my piece so far. Oh dear. I haven't decorated up those. I don't know. It's so tiny. Like I said, their art was probably larger. Like this lady could have been this big on the, because it was a baptism. I imagine it was probably about 18 by 24, something like that. They were big, they were larger pieces. If you've ever looked at a baptism certificate, they were pretty large. Okay, let's see if I can't get a heart shape up here. Kind of going like that. And coming out here. These remind me of big ears. I'm sorry. Even on here, it looks like a big ear. I imagine it was a hat of some sort. I don't know if I could wear anything like that. And then it has a cone shape coming up there. And then some decorative, we're just going to put kind of like little circles in there, because I think that's what it is. And then they do have diagonals in there. I can do with the diagonals. Little circles here. And she has a flower in there. We'll at least get the flower in there. And I think I'll just leave the rest because it's so small. And then in here are diagonals. Like a netting. And I can't put them too close together or they'll smish up together. Something like that. And I think I'll have just enough time to color this and maybe put it in my journal. I think as far as drawing, I could put some of these flowers down here because I have room. Let's put a flower in here. And maybe a little tulip flower over here. Like that. And in here, I think I'll put a branch or a stem with a leaf. And maybe a dot there and a dot there. And let's see. They put flowers in there, but I think it's going to be too much. I'll put them right in there. Let's put another tulip type flower. In here. And we'll have it come out like that. And put a leaf. And maybe a smaller flower in there. Put a smaller flower down here. These are easy flowers to do. And a tulip flower in here. And have it come out like that. I want lines going down here, and I'll put colored dots in there. I'll put dots in here when I'm done, because they have dots on that one. I'm going to leave the background. Well, I could color the background, but I think I'm going to leave it. So let's go to this orange pink that I'm so crazy about and do her dress in here. Whoops. It's catching the ink. It's catching the ink. So it's going to be darker. If I can't clean that off a little. Stay away from the ink line there. I noticed Shannon, when she did her planner, she was talking about these, I think she was talking about the Sharpie gel pens, thinking they were not going to be reactive with water, and they are a little. They're reactive with this marker. This is a permanent alcohol marker, so it reacts with it. It's got a little dark on that sleeve, but that's okay. And let's bring this dress line up a little there. Yeah, let's color this in. Coloring it's really the easy part, really the fun part. That's when it starts coming alive. And I'm not worried about white streaks in there. To me, it just adds a little more dimension. It's more illustrative than, I'm not worried about it being perfect. And see what's on the other side. There. Now, I'm going to make this flower orange up in here because it's really hard to see that anyway. And I think I'm going to make this center loop orange. Whatever that is. I'm calling it orange. It might be pink. If I got it out in the bright light, that might turn pink, but it looks orange to me. It might be the paper. It might be the paper, but it's good enough. So now we're going to go to some green. Let's do some green here. Well, green stem. What green leaf here? A green leaf there. And the flowers. This is that burgundy color. Could be a dark purple. Let's see. Let's do one of the roses, or one of the tulips. And that. It almost looks brown, but it is a purple dark burgundy. We'll put that there. And let's go to a reddish color. Did I pull a red? Now that looks pink to me. But that looks orange to me. I get them confused. I wanted a red. Put that back. See, that looks brown to me too, but it could be that I have a dirty... That's not the one I want. I think we get deceived because of the way these caps are made. You see the darker areas Hope I have a good red. That doesn't look red to me. I don't think I have a good, here, I have a red. I have a red Sharpie. Let's do a red in here. And let's make this one red. And let's make the center a light green. Should have made it yellow, Mary. Let's use that gold, that yellow that I didn't like. Where is that? This one. For her sleeves here, and this area in here. And I need some blue. Oh, we need this yellow on her in here. And maybe we should make this yellow, just for the fun of it. And let's make these flowers blue. Now, I need to put the darker, where's the darker dots on this dress. Mina said, I would be doing French knots. Let's put a dot in there, a red dot, a blue dot, a maroon dot, and let's get out the green here. We'll just make that green because, just because I want some green. Now her face, she does have a face, and they put two pink cheekbones, two pink cheekbones. What they do, and where's my ink pen? They draw eyes, just ovals for eyes, like that, and like that, and they give her an eyeball. It's hard to see. And I can use this red Sharpie for the lip here. Aw. And they do give her a nose. They give her some eyebrows. You can't see the eyebrows. They give her a nose like that. Got her hair. What color I'm going to make her hair. Yellow again. Try this lighter yellow. It's not going to show up very well. There. And I don't like that. It's white. Well, it's yellow. Let's use that. Let's use the yellow. It's not going to show up very well. And she has, where's my ink pen? She has black shoes on. And I need some green for those leaves. There she is. I think I'm happy with her, pretty happy. I think she needs a little more dark outline around here. Now, they did this in watercolor, I believe. If I'd look, well, I don't know, because this came out of the book. And her collar has those diagonal lines on it, too. Can't put too many on mine, or it'll mess it up. There. And so does the cuff. Has those diagonals to represent lace. There. All right. You want to see her? Here she is. There she is, and here she is here. Have fun. Let's put her in my book. I think it's getting late. What time is it? 8:59. Let's hurry and put her in my book, and I think Scrap Chick is going to be on. Scrap Chick, Colleen, and Kathy are doing flashcards. I love to join them, but I usually get tired after my chat. I'm just going to tack this in. Maybe on one, well, maybe on, see how it's got that strip there? Maybe we'll put this right over that strip. Maybe I'll do several of these. Not now, but put over that strip. So let me hurry and tack this in. I could do it with Yes Paste, but I'm just going to put a little glossy accent on this along the edge. And just kind of I'll just do it on this page, right where that carriage is. Right in here. There we go. So we'll be working in this. I may not get it all done by the end of the, I think this one is 8 weeks, if I remember right. I'll have to go back. I'll have to put a link to Susan Hiles. But I'm going to be doing Fraktur art all in here. Like we did this one this morning, and we did this one. I'll probably use this for my thumbnail. I'll probably blow it up, but use that for my thumbnail. So, and I did postcards this morning. I finished out my postcards. Did I show postcard? No, I didn't show these. I should show one of these as my thumbnail too. We'll see what I can get on. I don't know if I can get all that in there. I might show this another time. So thank you guys for coming. Let's see, Meri. Got to get some stuff done, Carol says. I'll see you tonight. Bye, Carol. Hi, Cheryl. Bye, Carol. Hi, Cheryl. Bye, Arlene. Bye, Carol. Thank you, Meri, Cheryl says. Mina says, oh, I have to leave too. Yep. So I'm leaving too. Thank you guys for hanging with me on a Friday morning, and I will be back tonight at 7:30. Watch for Scrap Chick. Watch for Barb. Scrap Chick might be coming on next. I'm not sure. She comes on Fridays. I'm not sure whether it's at 9 or 9:30 or 10 or 10:30. 10 Eastern. Barb Owen later this afternoon, if she comes on, watch for her, and I will be back at 7:30 tonight. Bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging with me.